Okay, still working. Yeah. So now I need to change this to be account card, not budget card. This is not categories, but it's bank will be. Let's check how is it coming out. Okay. Now the background and some styling went away because here I'm targeting a budget card, but in reality, I think all of this is good for any card. So let's do dot card. And let's go back, see the browser. Dunque, I'm just tired of dog to open and closing. Let's say that I want to keep it open now. Mm. Minimize and double click, automatically hide and show message. Right, better so I can switch easier. Okay, we fixed that card. Don't really see the shadow here. Don't know if I should do a whitish shadow. Because, okay, let's try. If I do a white color shadow, basically here. So that means I would have to change, but I'm just trying to see how it looks like. I will have to get two different shadows. Hey, hello. Hello there, Barry. Nice to meet you, mate. So let's see the white shadow. Oh yeah, it's visible. I think. Let's try to put 5. Is there a white shadow there? No, because I'm looking the wrong. What an idiot. Okay, so let's see browser. Yeah, I think there is definitely some kind of whitish thing. If I put 1, just, oh, 0.9 just to see. Right. And if I put 0, that would go away. Yeah, perfect. So I have to create a whitish shadow for this part and a dark shadow for this part. So the way to do it is to remove from here, and I have to target dunque card, where is it? Yeah, budget card and account card. So budget card, no, budget card would be whitish, and account card, I suggested was good, would be dark or black. Okay, let's have a look. I will have to change the position of the image. Okay, there's a dark shadow here. I want to do the same for the image, actually, the, um, how do you call it, the clip art. So that is content group AMG. Do I have another AMG? Yes, but not in content group. Okay. So if I do the same for saying, and I can add more than one thing with comma, right? Content group EMG. Oh, that's the problem. Now I have a whitish shadow in both of them. because they're both content groups. So I have to do have a different approach. Hmm. Account content group, or just account EMG. So we'll target both. Also the phone. That's good. So we say account. No, this is the budget. Budget EMG is that budget? Yeah, that one is whitish, and then we have a darker dot account EMG, darker shadow there. Ooh, doesn't look good because there is some extra. Oh, it's outside the screen. Yeah, it doesn't look good because there is some extra space around the phone. So, and also, and also here it doesn't look good too. Okay, let's remove it completely. One and two, gone. Okay. Okay, so now I have to change the text there to be the correct one. Title, copy, mm, HTML, change the title, and then change the text here. So this is Zeppelin. Copy the content. Boom. Paste it here. Now add the paragraph. Let's accept the suggestion and remove this part. Yeah, let's accept the suggestion. Good. And apply some formatting. Why ask me to delete that? I don't know. You see, this has to become account for account. Yeah, that's good suggestion. Account phone. And instead of allocate budgets, it should be track account balances. Copy, paste. Okay. Format is Option Shift F. Okay, let's have a look. Ooh, okay, the image is gone. Okay, I see the alt text also need to be changed. A phone showing accounts, bank accounts, not just bank, just accounts in general. Okay, why it doesn't work? Because the image is not called account. It's a phone by there's an S. Let's remove it. Remove. What's going on? My mouse is okay. Account phone. So now it should work. Go back here. Perfect. So the next thing is the text there below the phone is not centered. Is centered in the other one? Perhaps Let's check the CSS content. Mm, yeah, section, budget phone. Can I do this more generic then? Without section, yeah, and budget phone. This instead we do. Wait, this is not. It is not the same. Content box account, and then we have a content group, and there I have budget phone. Oof. So I think let's get some water. I think I have to get rid of budget phone and call it content group. You can still target separately. Okay, so we broke up stuff. We go in the CSS instead of budget phone, content group. By the way, that is the same as above. Section, content group. So let's remove this bit, put it down there. Okay, see what happens. Yeah, looks good. So now I have to figure out, oh, the text here now is in dark color and not centered anymore. So we clearly created some problem. No, content group, dot content group. That didn't solve the problem of the text color. Content P should be there. That's a P, right? Let's go to double check. Yeah, content P plus content. So that should take the color inverted main. Why does not? Let's check with the dev tools. And here, because there is a more specific selector. There you go. That is intended for that part. Okay. So how do I target that paragraph? Well, I can always put a class because now what I'm doing content P, which is very, very generic. Yeah. Well, I can do content box P. That should be better. Let's check. Same, because the other still wants to see it. Hmm. Content group is inside. Yeah, I should do content group B. That should work. It does not, because the other one is content group B. But I wonder if that is wrong, because what I want to target is this one. This text, this box. What is this? Card, budget card. So just card, because also the other one. So instead of doing this, we can just do card P, or just card, because also we want the, well, let's see. Yeah, no, we don't want P because there is a font, smaller font size. Okay, so now that that worked, now that worked, and but it didn't affect this one yet. But now it's just a matter of HTML, which is the same. So let's check why this is black. Because it just gets from the body. Okay. So why does it say, doesn't it see card P? Because there's no card here. Why? Oh, because it's not a card. Okay. So content group. So we had the one I put inverted color is what? Can't find this. Oh yeah. Content card. That's the background. Card piccolo text. Oh my god. Let's try again. So go here. Why is this white? Because I have content group P. Okay. Why is this not white? I don't have content group P there. Yeah. Content group P. Ah, no, no, no. Wait. Ah. I call both content group. I don't know if it's a good idea. Content group was meant only for these two. Uh, now it's both content group. If I remove this class, uh, content group 2 just for test, why did they add another code there? Hmm, what happened? Hmm, that's bad. So content group Let's call it phone group then, this one. Okay, I like it. Easier to remember. Phone group. Now this is black because we are not targeting anymore. So what I wanted there to be white, the text to be white, is hmm, inverted main is called. Where is it used? Ah, inverted main. Yeah. So this should not be invert content group, but phone group. But I also want to center. Problem is, yeah, let's try to put text align center if it works. Not sure. Yep, does work. So we need just to change this to be phone group as well. Account phone, I don't know if I have it. Let's try phone group. Did I use account phone anywhere in the CSS yet? No. Uh, no. Okay, so I can remove it for now. Perfect. So now this is white. Okay. So now compared to the design, which is here, I think I have to push it in a little bit more, the phone. So now it's perhaps where I need a specific selector saying, mm, we already have account. Oh, it's not there. So the section is everything. My God, why does it do this? Okay, so I can say account phone group and target that one without adding new class. So if I say account dot phone group, now I can add a margin right of 100 pixels to try. Yeah. So now I have to align it as much as I can with the third card. So for that, I need OS. Yeah, a little bit more. 110. Okay. Right. So I'll say that's done. Going back to Zeppelin, I just need to do this footer. So here it says, okay, let's copy this CSS and start from there. Okay. Uh, where is windsurfing? Let's start from there. Oh, okay. Let's remove that. Apply formatting. Okay, great. So instead of width, it's max width. Height, not sure about 247. Seems a lot, but maybe it's correct. Okay, margin, let's fix it. That's the top. Then right, bottom is at 40 pixels away, 50 and 0 again. Let's check what happened. Okay, yeah, looks good. The only thing is probably I don't need the bottom margin anymore. That, that this footer is there. So what other website do? If I go like Power, for example, I go on the bottom footer, where it's white. If I do mm, another website, okay. Oh, well, this is yeah. Okay, so there is no additional extra space at the bottom of the footer. That's probably not the best website. Try another one. Probably remove. Yeah, no extra margin, so let's remove it. So that's the bottom margin. 0. Go back here, my website. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so let's start to put stuff in the footer. I don't know, do they look weird or not? Hmm. Put stuff in the footer. Logo. So I go here. I start to put the logo. Is this a background image or not? So we just throw it in initially. See what happens. Okay. Right. I think I need a second container that is actually the 1200 size. Don't know why it goes there. There is something targeting. Anyway, so this is something similar to the header. So there's this outer class. There is perhaps something that puts the with 100, 100 or 100%? 100%, I mean. Oh, it doesn't look good when it extends. Maybe it's okay, but I just have to stop the extension also, the lower one. Yep. Mm. So in the hero, I have to say max width 1020. Maybe I didn't do that. Top bar, header, button. Where is here? Here. Yep. Max width 1920 pixels. Okay. Let's see what happens now. It's okay, but it's not sent. Margin 0 auto. Yep. Just don't want it there. Okay, fine. Yeah. All right. Same for below. So below is sub here. So basically, you have to copy, this without a height. Sub here, yeah. Remove the height. And I think maybe the height shouldn't be there. It should be the content pushing it. Okay, let's try to see if it works. Yeah, perfect. Let's try to remove the height from the here. And then work with padding to expand it if needed. Where is it? Here. That's the height. But I want to see, okay, if it change, I have up to here, just after 800 mark, remove it. Ah, didn't change. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, so remove that, which will help also for when I do the responsive design. Right, so work on on the footer now. So for the footer, we have to do the same thing first. Oh, it's already that we need to center it. Right, so go back to the editor, footer. We already have a max width, but we need to center margin 0 auto. Perhaps the height we don't need it because it will be pushed by the content, as we said. Uh, doesn't work. What's different? I have another layer there. So dunque, so let's see. Outer and footer. But here I have outer top bar and header. Oh, so this is already outer. This deal, where is it closed? There. Hmm. Okay, I want to commit before I do this change because I might break stuff. Oof, yeah, that might take me quite a bit. Lot of images. Okay, let's try this change. So this was the outer. Okay, let's double check again. Okay, it's good. This was the outer. Let's remove from here. Let's remove outer from here. So everything is wrapped in outer now. Let's format the whole side. Okay, let's see what I broke. Okay, expand it. All right. So this all looks good except the header, which is not, the footer, which is not centered. It honors the max width, but it's not centered. So why is that? Ah, because the margin zero auto is overwritten by the next margin setting, I suppose. Ah, okay. Well, remove that, it will be, okay, let's start from that. It will be attached to the content. So probably we will put a margin on the previous block. So now the footer is centered. When I expand it up more than 1920, it creates a little space on the left. Okay, that's good. But I need to put some space between the last content and the footer. Already have a space here. Let's see how to target that. Hmm. Oops. Content. If I just target content, I put this margin in both, though. Let's see what we got. Hmm. So if I add a margin bottom here of 50 pixel, what happens? Right, we got the right margin here, but here is now too much. And the reason why it's too much is because there is some other margin taking effect. Let's click there. See. It's probably a margin top, then we'll have a problem there if we remove it. Let's go slowly. Why the AI suggest to remove it? Margin zero auto. Okay, let's find the, oof, let's remove this slide. Let's find the margin setting. Content group, and that's not the one. Hmm, I'm not even sure. Hero is not. Sub-hero, maybe, but don't have a margin. Hmm. That's the one I added. So here it looks good, here is okay. Maybe this could be a little bit more. That's kind of too much. Okay, let's start again with the inspect. Should tell me where it comes from. Okay, so this one is margin bottom 50 on content. Yeah, why is it there? And so what's the one before? What's that a yellow? A margin bottom 50 pixel. So what's this? Ah, it's padding. Yeah. Is it padding? Padding top 25 pixel. Okay, let's see where is this padding top. Padding. Okay. What if I remove it? Oh, it was there. Not very far. Okay. Oh, that's a problem. Now, now we don't have any space here. But I think we can fix that. How much space we have there? By doing some margin bottom on the here. Margin bottom, 50 pixels. Great, great, great. So let's do a margin bottom on the here, and we should solve this problem. Okay, let's remove this padding. Good change. Now let's find the here. Oh, let's try padding bottom, 50 pixels. Hmm, no. Ah, because that's not here. That's anyway, padding doesn't work because there is a background sub here. Okay, let's remove that. Sub here. What if we do sub here after? What is this? Column after? Yep. And then content. No, no, no. Content empty. Yes. And what if we would put the margin? Doesn't really matter top or bottom, but top 50 pixel. What happens? Nothing at all. Hmm. Let's put some content. Oh, it goes there inside. Uh, why is it inside? So if I remove this margin, does it change? No. Anyway, that's not the right thing. My goodness, so I cannot really target sub here because I already have a margin. Zero at top and bottom. What if I put 50 pixels? Or okay, there we go. But the problem is now there is too much margin on the top. Maybe I don't want it. So let's think that's the top, then right, auto, then bottom. Okay, just the okay, it's okay. I just have to invert 0 and 50 pixels, 0 top, 50 pixel bottom, auto, auto. Okay, I check the centering still works. Yes, it does. And now it's exactly as I want it. Okay, I'm gonna celebrate this with a coffee. Mm. Okay, got my coffee. So yeah, doing the bottom, the footer. So all the rest is okay. Got my coffee. Mm. So we need an inner area limited to 1,200 pixels, which we already have an outer. No, I'm not sure because this footer is 120. So I think I need another div. Oh, that did this sub here. Okay, we need to put another div around the footer and format it. Okay, and now change the CSS to target the dot footer. And then instead, the footer itself element has a max width of 1,200 and also margin zero auto. So let's see how that goes. Mhm. I'm not sure why the image is there. So let's try with it. Dev tools. All right, why the image is there? Because probably centered, yeah? It's not centered. Footer is way too small. Why is it so small? I'm confused. Um, hmm, there is a huge padding. Okay. Oh, what's this padding? Okay. Hmm, I want some padding, but not that much, and probably only up and down. So let's start over. Padding top, 100 pixel for now. Right, zero. Bottom, 100 pixel for now. And left zero. Perfect. So now the logo is where it should be. Oh, there is too much padding, but we'll fix that later. So now, exactly. Okay. Yeah, instead of 100 pixels, just 30 pixels. And below, 40. So let's try to change that to say top 30 pixel and below maybe 40. Okay. Right. Now it looks better. But we want more below. Well, maybe it looks like that just because there is no content yet. But let's put 60 for now. Okay, good. Little more space there. So now put the rest of the content. So in these URLs, or links, I meant, privacy terms of use, unsubscribe, delete my data, privacy policy. How do we put them? Well, we probably want a div that wraps uh, the image and uh, and the footer, calling, we see how to call it, but this is a kind of footer menu. Okay. So now I've done that. Hmm. It's a tradition to do this menu as a number list, isn't it? But I don't care. I can just use um, some kind of flex box and just put a gap. The gap will be always same. So that could be just P or A, actually, links. A, H, F, link to nothing for now. Oh yeah, that's correct. Privacy policy, terms of use, unsubscribe. No, unsubscribe and delete my data, which is required by Android apps. Okay. I don't know if it's required. They ask for it. Okay, so it looks horrible, of course. So we need to style A. Well, underline. Well, yes. Ah, be difficult to align. So what's that? Footer menu. We do display flex. Mm, mm. Okay. Um, let's take, well, let's say this. This A, I'm just starting footer menu because might need different styles. I know that text decoration none is good for every A, so I want to put it there. But the inverted color is only for this section. So, well, that's fine, but maybe it's better to have just a gap, 30 pixel, maybe even more. Okay, well, that's more likely, more like it. Let's do 40 pixel. Okay, so now the font should be smaller, I suppose. Okay, font size 14 pixel. Mm, perfect. And now how do I align with BudgetPilot? Because that's inside the image. Mm, okay, let's ask the AI. How do I vertically align Do I vertically align the links in the footer? Links in the footer. Where is it? To vertically align links in the footer, you can use the Flexbox, okay, which I'm already doing. Here's how to update the CSS. Align items center, gap 40 pixels. No, I don't want ISO 100%. That might be part of the reset. I have a reset. Don't need that. Not sure. Oh yeah, that worked. Only that line. All the rest was stuff to ignore. Might want to push it down a little bit more and see how we put it in separate. I centered the centers, not the bottom line. It's almost okay. I might want to push it, nudge it a little bit down. Do this manually. Let's see. I say margin top, just let's try 4 pixel, just a little bit. Yeah, I think it's correct. Just to check if that's working and not fooling myself. Let's put 20 pixel, which is way too much. Yep, and it's too much now. Then they put 10 pixel, it's probably still too much. Yeah, because it's not centered. And we try 8. It looks good, but it's also still a bit too much. 6. Yeah, 6 I think is centered. Okay, that's fantastic. So go back to Zephyr. Now, now, the next thing is this line. How do I do that? Let's see, Zephyr will have some suggestions. With a little div, we can use HR too, but maybe the styling is more complicated. I think this rotate is like just because it's not exactly straight. What if I put an HR? Yeah. Ah, it's almost okay. Just a little bit of styling. It's almost okay. Let's copy this style. Go to the CSS. And we're gonna say footer HR or, footer HR. Um, do I have this 5.5 as a variable? Yes. Color placeholder. Good. Remove the rotate. Probably I don't need a wheel, so yeah, looks good, even though maybe 1 pixel is better. Hmm, I think so. And I don't need the wheel because I think it's just will get it automatically. Okay, remove it. Good, done. Move to the next bit. All these attributions. Now, if I can put this down below, I can move there. Mhm. Okay, let's do an attribution there. All right, and now let's see what we actually used. But we can start to copy this content for start. And then modify. Okay, we need some styling. Hmm. I think I put this thing somewhere. I, where did I put these things? Don't tell me I have to find them again. Okay, let's start to fix some CSS. Okay, probably that should be smaller. Let's see. Yeah, it's smaller. Let's create a new footer menu P. Instead of 14, 12, or even less. Why is not working? Footer menu P. Oh, it's not in footer menu. It's in attributions. Then here, let's create some fake links to start. Should be a paragraph, maybe. There you go. Now we have to link. I lost all the links. Where are my links? Hmm. Right, I think maybe I put them here. No. Oh, I want to. No, no, no. Why open Xcode? I don't need it. Okay, that's a problem. I lost all the attributions. Oh my God. We'll try to look for them again. I have some co-creator global blah blah blah. Let's try to look for that. Okay, well that's not bad. Oh, I found already. Okay, that's good. That's the photo I used. So now if I want to create this picture, I need to see info, download free. Okay, copy to clipboard. That should be the first one. Paste. It's bigger. Okay, let's see how the first link came out. Okay, we need to do the styling. Footer menu A, when we have to do attributions A, and put the same color. Mm. Then we have the second picture, Jimmy Dean. Is my mouse dirty? Second picture. Perfect. And I think it's this one. But it's not really that one, it's similar. Let's see, is this one? No, it's one of them. That was just, well, there are so many. What if I look for family, will be one of the first anyway. Table, oh, and Jimmy Dean. Mm, no good. Go back. Mhm. Makes me hungry. Nothing. Why my picture is not there? Photos 76. Should I quote another picture? This is not the one. Different other people. Oh, this is one. Oh man, I found it. Okay, good. Now do the attribution. Remove that. How do I do it formatting now? Okay, right. Let's go check it out. Mm. We need to either create several paragraphs. Let's try that initially. But I think that would be too much space. Mm. Let's see how it looks like with the paragraphs. No, I just want a full flowing text there. I just want this to go on and on. But how do I put the separator? What about a couple of columns? Hmm, looks bad. What about a pipe symbol? It's okay, but I need more spacing. But what about I put and BSP on both sides? Mm, even more. Okay, that works. Then next, we have to find this one, which is probably this one, the magic teapot. Yeah, he likes teapots. Not opening. Ah, that's the first. Okay, attribution, copy. Let's start to format. Good. Put the separator. Good. Formatting again. Okay. We can delete this. Correct. Very good. And then category icon and bank icon. That's a problem now, finding them. Maybe it's this one. No, that's empty. Marcin. Okay, I found one. It's a different name. I didn't use this one. Maybe let's try the link. Oh, that's the background. I didn't use it anymore. But I thought I had to use it. Did I remove it? Yeah, perhaps I did. All right. So I don't need this attribution. I didn't use it. Right, so I don't think I have it anywhere. Oh, that's my icon. I found it. So how do I do the attribution? Maybe here. Download. Download completed. No. Uh, how to attribute? Mm, just a general one, yeah? But it's not designed by three people. Oh, not the whole site. So yeah, it's pretty simple. So we're gonna say icons from this. The only thing the URL is not correct. Okay. So I got the separator. Okay, should be good. Let's check. Ah, it's all good, but we need a little bit of margin here. Or padding, I meant to say. Same as this. So in the header, yeah, I have this padding 15 pixels. So in the footer, we say padding left 15 pixels. That should do the trick. Okay, that's fantastic. And I noticed this is off screen. Okay, that's it. The site is finished, at least, from the point of view of the graphic design only. Not functionality, not links. Even so, we can try that. Okay, that's good. That's great. That's a good progress. So now we can start to work on the responsiveness of the design. So this is for desktop only. As I make it smaller, it just doesn't work this way. Okay, so this is already bad. Top part still kind of works, but the let me put it here. The top part kind of works in this mode, but here it doesn't. So let's see what is the last screen size where it still work. All right, here, but I don't have any indication of the actual size here. Hmm. So I need to do dev tools, I suppose. Okay, it's 1200. So if your screen is less than 1200 or even less, it still works, still works. 1205 is doing no good. Okay, 1210. That would be hard. So how do I put media query? Media. Mm, what I do? Max with 1220. And let's do something that I can understand, like change the background or something to see if it triggers correctly. Right. Um, what can I do? Let's go back to the website. We can go in the sub here and change that background color. Let's go sub here. There you go. So just to test that the media query works, we can put color text, make it black or almost black. There. So now it's white when I go below 1210, where it still works, so it becomes black. What did I put? Not 1 to 10. I put 1 to 20. Let's start 1 to 10. Now it's still white and it kind of still works, the website. Okay. Still works. This is that not to work. Yeah, 1200. When I put the breakpoint there, it's really 1200. Now it still works. And here is when the margin will start to get lower. Okay. So how do we do that? I think, well, I think maybe here I put width, I can put max width without even use the media query for those, what is this, article. Let's go to check article. Hmm. What if instead of width I put max width? But we need also min width. Oh, we'll see. Okay, still same, but now, all right, it gets smaller, but it also lose, it's also losing why is it losing the margin? Because it's not really a margin, it's just due from the fact that they are a little smaller than the total. That's why. and they are like center, not center, but space between. That's why. So what I do, because they could be a little bit smaller on that, and I just need to put some space in between them. I don't know how to use after. Let's try article, after. What, don't know what's, this is something absolutely visible under pixel. Mm. So after it's still inside the div, not outside. I don't think this should help me then. But how do I do? Ah, okay. What if? Well, here in the media query, article, not 100%, but article will get a margin, right, of 10 pixels. Let's see how it looks like. So when the breakpoint, oh, that's good. The only problem is we want to last element. Oh yeah, that's okay. Margin right of 0, 0, 0 pixel 0. Okay, so now we make it smaller again. It becomes black because the breakpoint is there. I still have, and it start to shrink, the article start to shrink, but I still have the margins 10 pixel, which is fantastic. I will remove the color. Now I just, certain point, they become too small. And I think that's about at 1000 pixels. Can I go less? This feels already a little bit cramped. As a 1000 pixel, let's copy this. I start to stack these articles. So I have to go back to see where they are defined and display flex articles. There. Mhm. Sub hero. Display sub hero box, display flex. Okay, that's what we want to target and just say column. Yep, thank you. You got it. Okay, so now they go as column. Yeah, but there is still a little bit of work to do. They need to go larger then, and they need some spacing on the bottom. So now we can trigger Subir article. Maybe it's better to do that and say width 100%. What if we do that? Maybe it's not article that we have to treat target. Let's see. Hmm. No. It is article, but there is something else. Maybe there is a max way that is still active. Let's check. -100%. Max width. So we want to say max width. Maybe I remove that. I say max width 900 pixel. How do it work? How will it look? Okay. It looks awful, but we're getting there. Yeah? Margin bottom 30 pixel. Let's start with that. Okay. What if we say max width 400? What happens? Why this image doesn't expand? Oh, that is a bit small. 600. And I want it centered. Margin 0 auto. In reality, that will remove the margin bottom. So what I want to do is 0 for top, auto for left, 30 pixel for bottom, and auto for right. So I can remove that. Okay. Okay. The only thing is this image. How to make it expand. Mm. Allora, article. Ah, that was cover. I would say background. Oh, that's the one. Thank you. AI cover. That's not what I want. What other option I have instead of cover? Contain. Okay, so when they are small, they look good. When they go here, they still look good. And here the problem is we just overlap the text. And it becomes okay only when it's very small. But the height keeps on increasing, so maybe I can fix this with a min height. Let's see how it looks like. So the height is increased, but this is not pushed to the bottom. Mm. The background is placed on article itself. So that is done with the padding top. Okay. Yeah, that works clearly too much. Mm, hang on. Okay, not enough. 400. Okay, that works. If I make it even smaller, what happens? Oh, it happens that the space is really weird. And there is no margin on the right. That's because that doesn't apply. So I need still that. Okay, it looks good. Apart from this. But I think that's another breakpoint. Okay, when it starts to look awful, it start to look awful when well it's already too much from the beginning. Okay. So 400 350 of 340 came out. Too little. 360. 360. Okay, that's good. Now keep on breakpoint. This is a bit too much, but it's okay. Then you keep on. Okay. Here start to get bad. About 600 pixel. But how can I change this dynamically? Can I put, I don't want to put 20 breakpoints. Okay. I really don't know. Oh, that's not. Where is the web? Yeah. Right. It's not enough. Why is this I have to repeat it? Oh, I know that's just slow. Okay. I'll go here. Make us black. Okay. Keep on reducing. Still looks good. Ah. Oop. Oop. Uh. What about that? It's slow. Basically, it doesn't even change. I put I put I put even more. So okay. I don't know how to do that. Well, if I use mean height, max height, can I do something as function as the width? Oh God. Because here it looks like I have to keep on changing. I can't put 1,000 breakpoints. Ask the AI. Can I have a value as function of the screen width in CSS? Okay. Oh, but not too much, too much. Yes, you can have values and report clamp. What's clamp? Clamp. Widely available. That's good. Mm. kind of, let's remove this, all this thing. And the only thing we need is to make them stack. So once you go below a certain width, they stack. Okay. So the problem I was trying to address was the fact that the space is not okay. Oh, we didn't save this file. Okay. And this is like lagging now. Let's wait. Okay. Now we go smaller. Ah, they don't stack anymore. I removed too much. I move this. Okay. And format the file. Okay. That's where they start to stack. Okay. Boom. When they start to stack, that's where we have to define that padding with clamp. But before we do the clamp, let's define it as function of the window width. Maybe that's enough. I don't even need the clamp. Window width, WW, VW. I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's check again here. Okay, 5% of the window width. Let's 10, let's say 20, I have no idea. Okay, let's try 40% of the window width. Then we'll use clamp. Come on. Hmm. Right. So the breakpoint will trigger here. Come on. Why is it so slow? Come on. Pick it up. It's saved. It's not responding. Let's try to change browser. Will this respond? Okay. Stacked. I don't know why there is this little bit of white which looks horrible, but there is detail that we can see later. So I think it's moving up, which is a good sign. But a bit too quick. Maybe you need a clamp function, but I didn't understand the clamp function yet. What are the three values? Minimum and a maximum. A preferred and a maximum. Okay. So we can't go smaller than this. I think the minimum value should be this height. And this is how much? put 50. Okay, I think the minimum and maximum can help now because it jumped too much. It helps. This can be the preferred. Okay, so in the climb function, where are the arguments? Minimum, max value, minimum, preferred, and maximum. Okay, so we're gonna say clamp minimum, certain value of pixel, 300 pixels to now, and maximum, let's say 600, we change it. Okay, we have a problem with the maximum, I think. Oh God, that's not the one. That's Figma. Okay. Close Figma. Allora, where's the browser? Mm. How do I measure that? Oh, it doesn't go further. Padding 240. Maybe I shouldn't have used a background picture. That makes it hard to. That problem with one pixel, it's visible just because of the black background. Yeah. Dunque, minimum, maximum, preferred. Ooh, what? I forgot the P. Ah, I forgot the P. Let's see now. Oh, yeah, it's almost getting there. So this value is way too much. Let's see what else. Mm, it's difficult because the mean value is fine. It goes there, it's fine. They prefer the, let's try to put 500 and the maximum, let's try to put 600 as suggested. Let's see what happens now. It's almost okay. 600 is way too much. Let's try 500 now. I think when it jumps down is way too much there. Let's say 400. Right. Let's try to increase this to 60 because we have the 400 anyway. Yeah, I think 400 is too much. Let's try 360 and see what happens. And I think we are getting there. Wow, and then checking only one image, but we have to check all of them. Oh man, we got it. Perfect. Let's remove this black background now. Let's keep it gray. So now we have only two breakpoints instead of one. This color go away. It was just to check the media query. Check again. Oh, I'm very happy. Okay. So the top kind of works until it gets too small. And also that. So we have a breakpoint is 1,000 pixels. Mm, but this breaks 1,000 pixels still work. Yet 700 they start to get uncomfortable. I guess. Yeah, that's definitely uncomfortable. Yes, I say 800 pixels. So I put up the media query at 800 pixels. What we do there? We want to make this top bar work as column. That was not display flex, was it? Top bar, and we got header as well inside. Yeah, probably it's header, then we have to work on header. Display flex. So let's say top bar header. Nothing has changed because I just changed the selector. Top bar header, we want to go column. Mm, flex direction. Yep, that's what I want. Okay, but I have a problem with the fixed size of the top bar then because the image becomes terribly big, probably because I have 100% or something, I don't know. Let's try to target top bar img uh, width. 100%. But we'll have nothing. If I put a fixed size of 90 pixels, we have, okay. It's a bit too small, but it's the right thing to do. So 180 double. No, ooh, okay, that is good. So the logo is okay. So now we need just to actually maybe I just need to make it smaller, then it will fit. Let's not touch the direction for now. Mm. Well, if I don't change that, we could just make the font smaller. Why it looks horrible. Mm. It looks distorted. Let's see why. Uh, is a display flex that is doing that. I probably need to wrap the image so it doesn't get affected. I have to wrap the image in a div. That will have maybe some big consequences. Let's see. Okay, now it's wrapped. Okay, so now it's not distorted anymore. Okay, and it looks great. Just make it smaller. Okay, so just have to make the smaller text there, and it should work. Probably change some margins. And maybe I can make too small. Let's try 200. Okay, and let's say margin top, even though that will be maybe change. Oh, too much. Oh my God, just 10 pixels. Okay. Oh, fantastic. So now the logo gets smaller. We need to target these fonts. Mm, that one, button span. Let's get this for now. Put in the media query. Remove this because we're not changing it. Maybe we are changing the weight. We're not changing probably nothing of that. Let's go just 14 and see what happened. Mm, it's good until it's bad. Just the weight 400, because when it goes smaller, uh, it gets harder to read in bold. Okay, I'm happy with that. Then as it gets smaller, we still have a problem after not much more. Eh, and what we do? The problem start. The problem start. Ah, okay. Let's make the logo even smaller. 200, 140. Okay. Yeah, we still have a problem. So let's We still need to do something. Let's bring the logo back to 180. So when the width becomes, let's go here. What font is that? Responsive. Mm, oh my God. Why? Why does it do? Ah, it's just low. So if I go iPhone, wow, how bad it looks. It's terrible. It's even worse. Mhm. Well, that was almost okay. And why is it truncated? It's just very slow. Yeah, now it comes. Oh my God, this is difficult. Right, if I have the screen that small, I really have to go vertical layout. Let's remove that. So I think as we get below 600, let's say, as we get below 600, that's when we want to stack things. Yeah. Now, I forgot what I wrote there, but that was a top bar. Hmm, I forgot. I have to go check the HTML section. Uh, head. Top bar header. We want the flex direction to be column. As we go small, boom, it goes column, and because the height is fixed, we can't see it anymore. I think let's remove a fixed height because it should be the content and the padding deciding height. Top bar, no height here. That's a height. Remove it. Comment out for now. Yep, the height still look good. As I go down, yeah. So let's remove the height. The problem now, well, it's not too bad, but I would put some, it's too close to, we need some margin bottom there. That's top bar buttons. Margin bottom. Let's start 20 pixels, see how it looks. Didn't work. Why not? Hmm. Oh, it's a class. It's a class. Dot buttons. Okay. Oh, that's okay. Uh, yeah, it has space, but it doesn't look good. What if we say, oh, let's do the background color red just to see if it's using the space or not. Yes, it is. So what if we say space between? I don't know if it's layout flex does that one already or not. We can ask this. Mhm. Need to put it up. Yes, it's already flexed. So we can just say space between, right? It says, what do I do space between? Flex, mm, align maybe? No, space between AI justify content. Okay, thanks. There it goes. Perfect. Just have to remove the red now. Yep, that looks good. So if I even have a phone, which is very small, once uh, this is like still updating, right? Why is it so slow? Oh my God, why is it so slow to? I don't think that's correct. I don't think, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't understand why it does that. Maybe it's time for a little break. Hmm. Okay, so yeah, there is something not working there. But I don't know if it's caused by the rest of the website or is a problem with the top bar. Sì, questo è un po'. Mm. So I think to figure that out, I will disable the rest of the website. How do I do that? Mm. Here, coming up, sub here, coming up. Let's stop there for now. Mm. Content, coming up. Why does that? Mm. It's weird. Let me try this with Firefox. This just don't work. Okay, bye bye Firefox. Um, okay, the phone. Why is it shown so small? Is it because? Okay, let's still remove the footer too. Yeah, right? Yes. Get rid of the footer for now. Ah, that works. Hmm. So what's wrong with the footer that is constraining my dimension? So let's put the footer back and see what happens. Put the footer back. Ah, by the way, you see the responsiveness first. So get rid of that. Okay, looks good. Looks good. I start a breakpoint. It's a bit not aligned, but let's ignore that for now. Then goes down. Okay. So I think already when you go in the breakpoint, we need that margin. Maybe not as much. Anyway, um, well, yeah, let's finish the header that looks good before we have the footer. Okay, so let's see. We have this margin, maybe it's even too much. So when we go here, margin bottom 20, let's try only 10. Yeah, I guess 10 is enough. Now let's go to yeah, here is a problem. Why? Who gives that space? Ah, there you go. There's a margin of 21 pixels that I think when the screen gets small is too much, but it stays at 21 pixels. So yeah, that's the bar buttons. Yeah, that's 10 pixels. Yeah, it looks good now. I guess I guess no, I guess it's good. I guess it's good. Let's check the responsive now. iPhone, Pro Max, tablet. Or we have a small phone. It's iPad. Yes, Uh, iPhone SE, maybe it's the smallest. And we got Pixel 7. Oh, very long. Okay, okay, that looks good. Let's try to put the footer in and see what's going wrong with the footer. Okay, that's footer and comment. So apart maybe we can, yeah, we have to fix some stuff. Alright. This is fine. Yeah, the links. Oh, the log is huge. Yeah. Okay, okay. Let's start from the log. Let's start from the log. So here, footer. Not sure. I have to check now. Allora, yeah, footer menu logo, img, menu, img. No, that's not how to do it. Img. Yeah, let's see what we got. Right. It's even too small, isn't it? Well, how much we put on the top logo, they should be the same. But actually, they should be also in the same breakpoint if they change. There you go. Let's say 160 for both. Let's go back to full screen. Certain point gets smaller. It looks good to me. Then the next thing is these links should stack vertically in a certain point. Also the logo, maybe the logo can go, I don't know. But that is, let's check. Footer menu, which is probably a flex box. Let's double check it. Yeah, footer menu is a flex box. Okay, so justify content. Okay, at what size we start to stack them? Because yeah, I think it's already a problem unless we reduce the font size initially. Let's take the max 600. Footer menu. Yep, thank you, AI. Why? I just, yeah, okay. So it's got small. Oh, that's good. Maybe it's too much space, but it's good. Now we're gonna work on the spacing. So that spacing, where does it come from? I think it's footer menu A. Let's go find out. I need to, oh, it's different. I'll expand a little bit. Ah, it's a gap. I think it's a gap. Right. Oh, yeah, that was the gap. Excellent. Yeah, I think now it's apparent that the footer has a margin left, but no margin right. That should be true at any resolution. Was that padding actually? Mm, footer, padding. Yeah, that's what I want, the padding right 15, but okay, let's do that. Yeah, I think I also, when we start to go here at that breakpoint, I want to also reduce those fonts of footer menu A 14 go to 12 when it goes really small. Uh, maybe there. All right. Did you hear me? Let's try. Yeah, it's good, but it looks like I should have done before. Maybe the log is too big already when the log should be reduced before. So I reduced the 800 pixel, but it's better I reduce it already at 1000. Let's try. Ooh, that's fine. But I reduce only one logo. Where is the second logo? There. So actually, I can combine. I know I can't. Well, I could, but then I doesn't say much. But oh, it looks much better. And there is a place when this stuck on two lines, but I guess it's fine. And maybe when you get really slow, really small, I might even get rid of the logo instead. display? None. What about that? Ah. No, I want to remove it when it stacks. Maybe there. When it starts to stack, oh my God, I don't want a suggestion from my eye. When it starts to stack, then that's when I do display now. Try now. Small logo. And finally I moved. Okay, that's great. Would attribution also be smaller? Doesn't really matter. Okay, let's go try the phone's layout first. Yeah, very good. So next, next, we need to uncomment one more section and work that section. Let's work on the here. Okay. So far so good. As you get smaller, this font size don't make sense anymore. So I don't know where to put this breakpoint. No, the breakpoint I have is so many. 1,200, 1,800, and 600. So let's see where, let's say H1, I think, the main here. There you go. So let's copy the whole thing for now and decide where to start reducing. So here, 900 can stay full size. Yeah, maybe 800, I can start to work on it. 800. So I go in here, 800, go to after this, not changing the color, not changing the font. I might change the boldness level, leave it there for now. Font size, go from 64 to only 48, and we're not changing the alignment. Okay. Okay, it's good. But of course, I can't really control how it's gonna go on a new line, can't I? Maybe I have to restrict that box. And this one, what is this one? A P, just a P. Hero box P, where I define it. I target as such. Hero box P, there, target. I think the bold can stay where 800. Let's remove the font weight. Hero box P, we're not changing the color. We're not changing the margin, maybe, not the alignment. But the font size, it goes to, let's try suggestion 24, so how it works. Well, it's not a big difference, 24. I think it's too big. Let's try 20. Compared to the title, because we need to see Yeah, a good difference. And then I think, yeah, there is a problem with, is there a bin width or something there? Well, it has to be even smaller at a certain point, obviously, but because the next breakpoint is like 600. Let's go smaller right away first. 40 and the 20 net for now. Okay. Is it this the problem? Hmm. Let's check it. Waiting for is a flex. Let's go stack it. Which at 800 600. At 600, I say. So at 600, uh, I forgot what it was. No, not that. At 600, we go get this thing. Is waiting for flex direction column. And maybe we have to play with other styles, but for now, okay, that's great. That works. And yeah, probably the input is crazy big, but what I don't understand is why does this makes no sense for me. This goes outside. Okay, let's try to see with the dev tools if I can use them there. Maybe I should make the everything smaller again. So when I go 600, I also copy this again, put it here, say 30, and maybe 16. Which is fine, but why does it do that? It's really weird. What is that space? Computed. Mm. Okay, that's pretty obvious that that's a problem. Section hero box. That's a problem. Let's go to see how it's defined. Maybe there is a min width or something. or just a width section dot here, or just a here box. Aha, that's a problem. It should be max width. And now let's try now. Oh, now it works. And try it with iPhone. So every time there is a width, we have to be careful. The tools, iPhone-esque, accept. So now the only problem there is that this text in the input box is way too big. Let's see where input is defined. Height, width. Mm, right. Mm. By the way, I think this I don't need it because the placeholder would take the same dimension of the input itself, isn't it? If I put 8 pixels just to see the difference. Yeah, that's the text super small and the placeholder too. So I don't need this. Can delete. We go back to 16. And then when I reach some of the breakpoints, don't know which one, but potentially the smaller one. When I stack things, then it's too big. This is the smallest breakpoint I have. And I go say maybe 14. Maybe even 12. Let's go with 13. Yeah, good. Excellent. I want to make this attribution really small because now they are big compared to the menu. Copy this. When I go I got my food delivery comes. Okay, so back. So it's coming slowly coming together. So now, yeah, this box should stack already. No, it doesn't work anymore. Maybe I just have to change this 500 pixel. Why doesn't stack and change the fonts anymore? Mhm. So the footer works. Yeah, the font doesn't change anymore. I thought it was changing before. Ah, it is now. Okay, so one problem with this is that there is no padding inside. Outside this box. This box shouldn't go that wide. So that's called the hero box. Should have a padding independently of hmm, of the side of the screen. No, there's a padding of 100 and 100, but only vertically. Hero box 100 and 0. No, 0 is not fine. It shouldn't be high. Yeah, let's start 15. Nice. Because it matters only when the screen is really small. And when the screen is small, don't want much of a padding anyway. Okay. Let's go try iPhone and those mobile phones. Hmm. Okay, but I noticed another thing now. All this space doesn't make sense. And what's that? Is this a 100 padding? I think it is. So let's go maybe here in the 600. And we go maybe just 20. Yep. Mm, maybe 20 is a little bit too late. Mm, let's go 30. Let's do even more. 40. Okay. I think we got it now. So as we go smaller, okay. Also that space will reduce, but not disappear. So now we have a responsive design for the hero. The top bar, bottom bar, they all work. Let's uncomment another element. The sub hero, I think that's already done. Now let's double check it. Sub hero. Yep. Let's go with checking the various phone layouts. Oh my dog. My God. My dog is barking. Let's go to check on him. Okay. Okay. So we were checking the iPhone layout, or any phone layout for that matter. It's okay, but this space there is hugely big. So let's start to target that one. It's a sub-hero. So the sub-hero looks good now as a gap, but when we go really small, it's probably too much. Mhm. Let's see. And I saw 45. Let's find the 45 without even thinking. Uh, is that padding? Yep. So let's say that when we get is top and bottom. Hmm. When we get to when we get to I don't know if 600, even 800. Yeah, even 1,000 is too much. And when we get below 1,000, it's still fine. When we got below 1,000, then it's too much. So on that breakpoint, 1,000, We go sub-hero padding, uh, 20 pixel. Let's see how it looks. I don't see any change. Mm, Let's see why. Oh, hello, Herr Nangar. Nice to meet you, mate. Hi. So why is this gap still wide? We got this gap is the sub-hero padding 45, top and bottom. Right. But where does it come from? Styles. Sub-hero padding 45, 0. That's strange because I thought the media query where I have, oh, I forgot the dot. Okay, that explains a lot. So now, as I shrink the size, that gap is now 20 pixels instead of 45. Here is still big. I don't know why. Let's try to find out. Hey man, how is your day going? Thanks, mate. Well, it's okay. I'm not. Um, I'm a backend developer, so writing websites or HTML, CSS not really my thing. Yes, I knew it for a long time, but I never actually really worked a lot with it. How is your day going, Herr Negnar? Herr, is it German? Allora, sì, is sub-hero box computed. So now that is the sub-hero. There's another 20 pixel there. No, it goes 50. What's this 50? Margin. But that's padding 20 pixel. Maybe I want it smaller. I put 20 padding, let's say 10. Don't see any visible change. Change this. Yeah, see that's closer. Maybe even too much. Go 15, not 50. 15. Now we don't need to separate values anymore. Okay. Maybe it's okay. This is the 15. What is the other one? Sub-hero box. Almost is actually from no country, but here is Mr. in English. Yeah, I had a perfect time to see you just now. I'm studying for web programming and I'm trying to understand the media Yeah, the media queries are actually very simple, like from a point of view of the mechanics. Like, okay, you put typically a media query says if the screen is smaller than 1000 pixel, the max width 1000, so 900 is within the 1000, so will kick in. This will kick in. But the problem is making actually work. It takes a lot of time, and trying to figure out why some things happen is not simple. And you know, maybe like you build your own mess, and so it gets more complicated. And God forbid if you use too much of AI, which I'm using a little bit. AI never simplifies things. AI always add something to the code, but never say, "Oh, I can actually remove some stuff and it will still work," which I can figure out. But AI never does that. They always complicate things. So yeah, AI is good, but with care. So I was trying to figure out why is this all this space, and that's 50. There is a margin 50 that is on the sub here. That one, margin 50 on the sub here. Okay, that is the one to target. So I go to find where the sub here is defined. Here, and that's a margin 50. I found it. So when we go on the media query, pa, 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 and I reduce the padding, when I make the sub hero go vertical here. No, that's the footer. Where is sub hero? Here, the sub hero go vertical. That's when I want to reduce the margin as well from 50 to 20. Let's try that. Ah, it works. I'm Swedish, by the way. Where are you from? Originally from Italy, but I've been working in the UK for a long time, and now I'm in Asia. So I can do, my stuff without working, hoping that this will turn out in a business, this or any other future endeavor. Ah, look at that. Now, when it's too small, this is too close. Because ideally, I shouldn't even play with the margins there. I should just be centered vertically. Why did you go to Asia? Because initially I thought I wanted I never got my computer science degree, and so I was studying part-time in the UK, and then I thought I want to finish it and concentrate on the degree for the last year to work on the final project and the last exam. And I thought I rent out my house in the UK and live off of that. And that's what I've been doing the last year and a half. Where about in Sweden? Where about in Sweden are you if you are in Sweden? Dunque, sì, eh, the- what if this is buttons? What if I remove all margins and padding and just try to center vertically? Not sure how to do it. The That's the header. It's better to click here. The buttons. There you go. So that's a margin top of 21. Let's go to find it. 21 pixel. That's the one. Let's just remove it for now. Okay. And now, well, it's flush to the top. But how can I center this vertically? Right? And the problem is, okay, because this, okay, let's ask AI. Because this is using the whole space. Allora, the question is, how can I center buttons? I'm from Gable. I don't know how to pronounce. Or Gable? I don't know. That's about the middle of the country. But I live around Kalmar. All right. So I don't know, no names I know. Let's go check out. Gable or Gavle. Is the umlaut on the E same as German, where the A becomes E? Looks like a nice town. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's up a little bit, but you live in Kalmar, right? A bit more south. That's good. Nice, nice, mate. Can you margin top 10%, same for margin bottom 10%? Can you do margin in percent? I really didn't know. What about the auto thing? Margin, top, if I do auto and bottom auto, will that work? Yeah, it does. Look, let's see. Let's try also what you suggested, 10%. I don't know why 10%, huh? Tum, tum. No, that doesn't work. That's too much space. But auto works. So we can use the shorthand margin. So top and bottom, auto, and then zero, let's say for left and right. Let's remove all of this thing. And now it's okay. So as I expand, it stays in the middle. As I reduce, it stays in the middle. Okay, without keep on changing the yeah, otherwise. Yeah, without changing the margin, because I was changing the margin with the values. I have to find out if I didn't forget any more of that. Yeah, I think that's have to be removed. Let me comment out. Right, I think that has to be removed. Okay, let's try again if it still works. Save. Yeah, okay, looks fine for me. So let's remove the comments. Don't leave rubbish in. Okay, any other comment? No, okay. Good, so I have these sections responsive. Now I can uncomment the next section. So I made them work for desktop first, and now slowly working on making them, no, didn't work out. The reason is the comment was this big. Remove the comment. Okay. So at this dimension, where in Italy are you from? You know Milano. North of Milano is a city called Bergamo. I will type it for you. Right, so this is okay as I make it small, this text correctly, but this kind of works, except there is no margin. But then, of course, it's not working anymore. So, so normally it will tell you the size of the window. Now it doesn't. Not sure why. But anyway, another way to see the size of the window is to select the outer element and see about 1,000. Okay, so this is about 1,944, and this still work, but the margin disappeared when it gets to below 1,000. The margin disappears and doesn't look good. Here there's still a margin. So let's go to the CSS. Mhm. And this section is what? Content. Content section. Okay, let's check the content. So I would like to put content disease. I would like to put some margin on the left and the right, at least 15 pixels. Will it always be there? So outside the media query, maybe. Let's try. I put it here. Content, margin. So start. Yeah, put commercial, meaning put it on the Play Store of Android, and let's see how it does. 0, top and bottom, and left and right 15 pixels. Okay, perfect. Now we got this little margin. But the problem is there is no space now between the. I removed it myself, putting 0. So I need 20 there. Okay. Yeah. Hi, by the way, the Synapse TV. Nice to meet you, mate. Okay, so now it works. When it gets too small, mm, let's say less than 800, I probably have to stack this or even remove the phone. I don't know. Less than 800. Yeah, start to get awkward. Look awkward. Thanks for following, Herr Negna. So, okay, so this is what? Content box. That's content box is already flex. So I have just say flex direction column. So I have to go, when it's less than 800, the media query is here. There we go, dot content box, flex direction column. Didn't work. Oh, yes. But it doesn't kick in at 800. Well, it looks awful because I think we have to center the phone. Oh, we'll do that later. No, why 806. I go, this is already less than 800 and it's not going vertical. Allora, where did I put it? In the 800. That's strange. Probably this element and this is less than 800, but the screen is not yet less than 800 because there is also this margin. Okay, okay, that's fine. So now when we go there, we also want this font to go in the middle of the screen. So how do we do that? Well, let's click on it and that's font group. Font group is both. Let's try. Good pronunciation on hair, neck, hair. I cannot do anymore. Hair, neck, now. I have to go for now, but I will be back. Okay, take care, mate. Thanks for following and see you soon. Allora, yeah, we're saying I lost my phone group image center. How do we do that? Phone group EMG. How do I center with justify content center? No, no, I guess that's not the way. Yeah, not the way. With margin auto or auto? No. Ask AI. How do my camera is in the way? How do I center phone group EMG? I see the response. Maybe the camera better there, who knows? How do I center? Display flex, I think it might be already, but I can double check. No, it's not. Ah, okay. Flex direction column, align item center, text align center. All right, let's try that. It looks good to me. So, yeah, phone group first, and we put that thing in, and now it's centered, and the text is already centered. The image is already centered, so I don't need this line. Okay. Now the problem is this looks weird because what is this? Content box, content group, which should expand to use the whole size. It's probably constrained. Content group. Padding left 100. That's less. Content. With so every time I have width, I think I should use max width, not width. And now, so when we go on the small screen, I perhaps want to say 100%. So less than 800, I suppose, with 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, didn't work. I have no idea why. Mm-mm-mm. Let's try to put width 200 just to have to see if no, it's not even applying. Okay, so that says card budget card. What's content group then? Ah, that is the content group. So maybe the problem with this is I thought it should have been pixel. The problem with this, yeah, it's applying, is that it has some kind of margin on the right. Allora, let's put back 100%. Let's select the content group. I don't know why. Phone group is using the whole space. Content group is limited. The margin, padding 20 is there in green. Ah, it's outside of my screen. Yeah. The padding 20 is there in green. Okay, let's go see the stars. Max width 550. So we have 550. Yeah? Is the one I was playing before anyway. We have 510. Border is 15. Display flags. Let's get content group 100%. If I remove that, it is. That's the one. Ah, okay. So I have to say max width 100%, maybe. Yep, and that works. And you know what? This image there, it just doesn't make sense anymore with a small screen. I would just remove it. Content group EMG, get rid of it. So there, content group EMG display. There, better. And then as I expand, it comes back. Okay. Now the other one, yeah, the other one also works because it has the same classes. When it's small, it's a little bit weird, and I think the problem is that there is now too much margin on the right side, which was okay when the screen was big, but as the screen gets small, it's too much. How do I open that? No, I made a mistake. DevTools, here. Go here, where this come from? Open phone group, there, that is the one. Margin right, account, phone group, margin right. So let's copy the whole thing. When it gets small, so we're saying 800 pixels or less, margin right, instead of 110 becomes only 20. And I don't see a difference. Let's see why. Still 110. Dot account, dot phone group. .account.phone group, margin right. Did I save the file? Yes, I did. As you are planning to put this into production, as it looks really good, I hope you have secured specific. Not yet, no. Yeah, because actually the main thing is not the website, but is the app. It's a phone app. But yeah, you're right that I will need a URL. But it can be any extension, so I'm not really too worried about it. I just want to finish this because I have a history of starting things and then never finishing. So I thought if I do this on Twitch, first I much more concentrate instead of working for 1 hour, 2 hours, and then taking a break. It's much easier to go for a longer time, at least 5 hours session. And yesterday was the first session, and I went over 7 hours, which is pretty good. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. So let's see why this margin doesn't work. So I still have the dot account phone group margin right 110. Dot account phone group margin right 20. I apply this when it's less than 800 pixels for the screen. And if I go, and I think maybe I have to move this breakpoint and go to 1000 pixels. Put it here. Let's set at 1000. Maybe that's why. Right. So now it works. Now there is a smaller margin there. So I have to do the similar thing on this side. This side is already okay. Actually, here there is the opposite problem. No, here there should be more margin when it's larger, but it's just not there. So that is phone group, budget phone group. So there would be margin left. This margin here is good. It's just when it's the big size, I don't have an element targeting that. So let's suppose here, budget, phone group, margin left, if I can spell 100 pixels and see what happens. Okay, looks good to me. When I go on the small screen, 100 pixel doesn't make sense anymore. So we have to go down there where I put the breakpoint at 1000 pixels, which is here, and go with 20. So as we go the same, I can do comma dot account dot budget from group. Yeah. And now when I go smaller, it doesn't work. Did I save the file? I think I did. Okay, the right margin here works, but the left doesn't. Content box budget. Padding 35, that's fine. Phone group. Oh, there you go. Phone group. Yes, I have a margin right 20. Oh, it's left. Okay, so I can't put them together because the other one is on the left. Margin left 20 or even less, let's see. Okay, perfect, it works. Okay, let's check the phone view. Right. Yeah, that's the smallest phone. Ooh, that's crazy high space there. Let's tackle this later. This one is fine. Maybe this 20 is crazy now. Let's do less. Maybe I have to say 10. Oh, thanks for following. I'm Coder. Oh, Prime Coder. Do. Mhm. Okay, so let's go back to the main view. What else I have? It's all uncommented now. Okay. It's not perfect, but it's starting to work. Hmm. I think still on the phone zoom level, it could be better. Perhaps because uh, some of these fonts are too big, especially down here. This headline is crazy big for this size. So I go to find, this is an H2, I think. H2, right. So I go to, when we go below 800 pixel, maybe. Mm, this is how big for 50, the whole section. Yeah, maybe less than 800 pixel. We go target H2 and say font size. I don't know what it was originally. Let's try 20. No, let's try 16. 16. Vancoder, hey, love your about. Thanks, mate. I don't think it's working. I'm targeting this H2. Maybe because the breakpoint didn't. Ah, yes, it's working. But I want to put this. This is too small, by the way. I want to make that kick in. Still too small. Right. 28. Okay. But it has to kick in earlier. So this is 800. Let's make it here instead 1000, 1000 pixels. Okay, so this font at a certain point becomes smaller. Okay, check phone view once more. Right, so I know what's wrong here. When it goes on the really, really small, these margins are now too much. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So let's check, for example, here. There is a padding 15 and there is, yeah, this padding 15. Div sub hero. Let's go on styles. So I think that would be fine at 1,000 pixel where it's defined. But as I go smaller, I have to change that. Maybe, I don't know if I have to make another breakpoint, but let's try on the 600, padding just 5 and margin just 10. Let's see what happens. I don't see a change. Padding 5. Why is it still small then? Ah, section. Ah, there is another padding of 15 here. Sub-hero box. Where is the star coming from? Sub-hero box, padding 15. Let's target that. Dot sub-hero box. Let's put 0 for now. Actually, 0 would be fine. Not good. Let's try 5 for now. Yeah, it's probably better. The only thing I don't know is when I go on the phone, there is so much space. I use this clamp query. Maybe this is the minimum value. Maybe it's too much. Let's put 200 and see how it works. To move this clamp query is to move this text down because that's a background image on top. All of these are same. And until here, everything is fine. But when I go on the phone layout, which is not this one, but this one, okay. Ah, it's now fine. Okay, so that was the thing. So the same thing with the margin I have to do. Now I find there, but here is too much. Margin of padding, I don't know what that is, but it's too much. And also maybe here, everything is too much. Let's go to I'm lost. I go to find the element. This one. Okay. Div content. And if I check layout, that's the 20 margin. That is too much. So I have to go styles. Okay, that's dot content. So we are going maybe in the smallest 600. Am I already targeting dot content at all? No. So go here. And instead of 20 and 15, 20 is the top and bottom. Let's try 10 and left and right, let's try 5. Okay, that's better. Now the problem is, yeah, this is good, but this column could be expanded a little bit. Where is it? This. So we can start to get rid of the green margin, which is padding actually. But the color changed now. Um, where is it? Padding 20. That's content group padding. Let's put 0. Content group padding 0. Hmm. Ah, okay. But now I need a margin top. Margin top 20 pixel. Hmm. Yeah, that's the margin top 20 pixel. If I remove it, I guess it can be 30. Hmm. I see the other block. Oh, now maybe this is too much. So I have to get them separately. So I got the budget class I can use. Say budget. Yep. And the other one, I'll say is fine. Well, I don't know why when I go in phone it's so small. Can I zoom it a little bit? No, I can't. I'd like to look at an real phone. Anyway, back to this. Can we say it's finished? Can we say it's finished? Go even smaller. This text vertically. We really want to be peaky now. We need a little more space. A margin bottom after the buttons. Allora, let's do that on the smallest media query. It's just called buttons. I remember that. Margin bottom, just 10 pixels maybe is enough. Okay, let's see. I don't see any difference. Allora, let's check then why is dot buttons. Oh, let's put an extremely big number just to see if it works. 50 pixels, and it does not. Let's type padding. Oh, that works. God knows why. So obviously 50 pixels is not the right value. Let's try 10. So as I go really small, okay, it adds a little bit of, but then below is good. Maybe it's even too much. Say 8. And now above, it looks like a bit too near. So let's use the shorthand property, padding, top and bottom, 8, left and right, 0. Okay, it looks okay for me. And okay, I think that's it. Let's commit. Let's commit. And then I have to figure out about the hosting and about how to make some of these forms. Okay, so where is the terminal? Terminal, new terminal. Problems. Element B is implicitly closed. Oh, okay. Let's fix. Let's fix it. P and never close the P. Let's do it. Good. Format. Great. No more problems. Terminal, new terminal. I don't know why every time I open a new terminal, instead of terminal, new terminal, should I do something? Split terminal. So if I close this and then I saw terminal, split terminal. Right. Ooh, I have three terminals because I split them. So that's not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do. Terminal. I just want to hide panel. How do I get it back? Window. Don't know how to get back. Well, I will keep on doing new terminal. No, split. Okay. Ah, that's where the terminals are. I hope. Oh my God. So if I do close, may terminal new terminal, and then I close this window, I just hides the panel. I do get the panel back. I close this. Toggle pen. Oh, I found it. So that's outside the screen, right? It's here. Toggle panel. Okay. So git status. Git if. Okay, I change the CSS. Commit. Whip. Git push origin. No, I don't have a repository yet, so I'm not gonna push. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. So the static website is done. Well, at least for now. Now I have to figure out one how to deploy it, but yeah, wouldn't make too much sense to deploy because all these things don't work. And two, oh, if I use a Firestore, Firebase. Okay. Firebase Studio. Don't know Studio. No. It's like an IDE online. Online those things. Okay, let's have a look. Prototype for start. Blah, 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 blah. Get started. Yeah, it's an IDE online. No thanks. Not for me. No, 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 no. Console. Hmm. So here we have two choices, app hosting and hosting. Or you're gonna use stock to Gemini 2.5? Is that, or Gemini? Mm, okay, internal error, great. Chat. AI Studio, Gemini 2.5. Okay, okay. Temperature, creativity allowed in the response. 1. Okay. What, uh, what are reasonable reasonable ranges of temperature in your settings and and settings and what do they mean? So 1, what does it mean? And nice. Mm, so it's not working. Reload the page. Hello. All right. That doesn't work. Let's go to Copilot then. So what I want to ask is, what's the difference? I'm hosting in Firebase. What's the difference? I know that hosting is just for static, but can I use Cloud Functions and just use hosting, or should I use app hosting? Between app hosting and hosting in Firebase, and can I use Google Cloud Functions with the letter? App hosting, deploying application, virtual machine, Firebase hosting, static. Firebase hosting is optimized for speed, security, and CDN. General app hosting allows full control over server environments, including backend frameworks and custom configurations, while Firebase hosting is optimized for serving static assets and web apps with built-in integration with Firebase services. Backend integration, uh, Firebase hosting works seamlessly with Firebase functions, which are powered. I didn't even know that Firebase functions were a thing. Google Cloud Functions for dynamic processing. Firebase hosting offers a simple deployment via Firebase CLI, where traditional app hosting configuring deployment pipeline. Scalability, okay. So I think I can use Firebase hosting and Firebase functions. Best viewers, no, it's what's another. How do I remove an ad? Don't know. Or kick out a user. I don't know. Okay. Okay, so how do I create? So it says, oh, you can create Firebase functions. But now I really don't understand. I go in the project, build. functions. Mm-mm-mm. Run your mobile backend code without managing servers. How do I get started? How the function works? What can function do for me? Let's view the video first.
If you're an app developer, you know that a successful mobile app has lots of responsibilities. For example, apps built on Firebase use its authentication feature to sign in users, and they typically read and write data to its real-time database. They might also store files in the cloud using its scalable storage. These are all great features for building your app, but sometimes you can't put all your logic inside the app to run on the user's device. For example, prying eyes may try to reverse engineer and modify your app's code. Or maybe you need to change your app's behavior instantly, without publishing a new version that your users have to install. And sometimes it's best to have a single place where expensive work is performed. Traditionally, to solve these problems, you would deploy your private code to a backend server that you manage. The app would then use an API or library to communicate with that server and issue requests. However, with Cloud Functions for Firebase, you don't need to set up, maintain, and scale that backend to get its benefits. Instead, you can write and deploy code to our servers that automatically responds to events in your app. Did a user just log in for the first time? You can send them a welcome email with a function. Did that user insert a value into your real-time database? You can update it right away with a function. And did that user upload photos to your storage bucket? You can analyze, resize, and manipulate them all with a function. And finally, with the function, you can also send a message with Firebase Cloud Messaging to that user's friends so they can know what's happening right away. You can even create functions to build a web-based API for your data that anyone can use. You write your functions in JavaScript for the Node environment, and all it takes is one easy command line to deploy your functions for immediate use. With Cloud Functions, you can seamlessly integrate many features of Firebase to provide the backend services that your app requires to be fast, secure, and complete. And you can do it all without having to provision servers, tune them, upgrade them, and scale them up or down to meet your users' demand. We handle the maintenance and you write the code so you can quickly build apps without all the ops. To learn more about Cloud Functions and how you can use it to build out your Firebase app, check out the documentation right here.
Okay.
We can't wait to see what you build.
So now what I'm thinking is, let's ask it more specifically directly the question, which I think I already answered yes, but I want to be sure. Can I build a static website and deploy it using Firebase hosting? Man, oh, this Firebase hosting and use a Firebase Cloud Function to log in using Google Auth, Auth. Yes, you can absolutely do that. Firebase hosting is great for deploying standard website that you can integrate with Firebase authentication using Google Auth or Auth using Firebase Cloud Function. Mm-mm-mm. Initialize your project. Let's do that. Okay, Firebase init hosting. Firebase, you're about to initialize a Firebase project in this folder. Okay, first let's associate this project directory with a Firebase project. You can create multiple project aliases by running Firebase add. By running Firebase use add. Please select an option. Use an existing project, create a new project, add Firebase to an existing Google cloud platform project. And I think then the first option, use an existing project, means Firebase project. So let's use that, my budget pilot. What do you want to use as your public folder or directory? And it's indeed public. Oh, I can change it later, right? For now, it's static. I don't have any framework. No. Set up automatic builds and deploy to Git with GitHubs. No. No. So it did create a 404 page, which maybe I need to take a look at it. And it's not even correct. Doesn't even validate. Hmm. Let's have a look to that page. Mhm. I think, yeah, I really want to modify it, but maybe not now. That's not my first priority. Okay, so this is done. What did it do? Did it add files and things? Okay. Do this file contain something that is private? Can I commit Firebase RC and Firebase JSON? Or do they contain secrets? You can generally commit both Firebase RC and Firebase JSON to version control as they do not contain sensitive data by default. However, there are some configuration. File contents and risk. Project aliases and names. I think that's fine. Safe to commit unless you are working with multiple environments. You want to keep the name private. Now, defines Firebase hosting function and other configuration. Generally safe to commit, but check sensitive data like customary rights or exposed API keys. Firebase, Firebase developer and service account JSON file. Would you like help setting up the thing or? Yes, please. By the way, I don't see those files. I don't think they are in the within this folder. I'm gonna open them. Okay, that's nothing there. I'm going to open the other file outside the screen just in case. No, there's nothing particular as well there too. So where's the ID now? Yeah, nothing sensitive. Okay, so how do I deploy? Go back here. How do I deploy my website now? Already done that. File-based deploy. Mm, 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 mm. We read the test before. Oh, just hello world, not much, not much. So, okay. Let's commit first. Okay. Firebase deploy. Let's create a README. Where I can write this thing. Mm, File, new file. Why can't just click here? There you go. New file. readme.md classic. Then I'm gonna say Firebase deploy website, static website. One word website, I suppose. Firebase deploy. Let's try that out. Oops. Let's do this code. HTML crashed 5 times in the last 3 minutes. Not good. Okay, let's so Hi, what's going on? We are gonna do show the terminal, and now it is show HTML validate. Terminal. No, what happened? Tell me. Okay. Firebase deploy. Just checking. Is it in the screen now? Not yet. Like that. Firebase deploy. Okay, what this says, available, yes, npm, okay, that should deploy the website static, and then we start to work on creating an hello world Firebase Cloud Function, I suppose, which I have no idea how to do, but I think they'll have to set up JavaScript. Node. This is taking some time. Then, oh, it's already done. Okay. Ah, this no, that was not the deployment. That was the update of Firebase tool. The deployment is done, so can check if it worked. And it's not the hello world, but it's this. Okay. It's live. Okay. Well, it's on a temporary domain, but it's live. Good, good. Any error console thing, warnings, issues? No. Okay. So now, how can I do call function? Can I do a call function? What languages? What languages are supported by Firebase Cloud Functions? Do I have to write it in JavaScript, TypeScript, or what? Node 20 recommended. Now, I don't trust this answer a little bit because it's maybe obsolete already. What version of Node we have? Yeah, 20. What is the LTS version of Node? 22, I think. Node. Where is LTS? Get download Node LTS 22. Ah, okay. Okay. It's not 20, the LTS, so it's 22. So, okay, tell me Firebase Cloud Functions Node. Get started. I test and deploy your first cloud function. Okay, second generation. Maybe you should follow the tutorial. And they can use Python if you want. But we stick with Node. Everyone is using Node, right? Ooh, ooh, old school stuff. Old school. Mm. Introduction. First and second version comparison. Deploy function on Cloud Run, allowing you to trigger them using event arg and pub/sub. Mhm. Event arg. Ah, right. Okay, I see. It's something to connect to various things, including web, I suppose. Mhm. When I see here, I saw a link for Node.js. Okay, that's a repository. Mm-mm-mm. Ah, call function HTTP request. I think that's what I need to do. But I still don't have an answer to version of Node. Node version Firebase Firebase Cloud Functions 22 preview. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, I will get started. Get started. How do I select the runtime? So this is global Firebase tools. npm hyphen list, npm hyphen g list. Oh yes, I got the Firebase tools npm. How do you update? Install hyphen g core pack, which I'm not using, and npm. What I've done before is Firebase init hosting. I need to write that in the README to go here. Firebase init hosting. I did that. So here is Firebase init hosting. Uh, Static website. Yeah. Executed only once to set up the project and execute. Let's talk. And then the next one, deploy. I think that would deploy everything, not just a static website. What does Firebase? How do I choose? How do I choose which Node.js Node.js runtime to use? And it looks like 22 is also supported in preview mode. package JSON. Mhm. How to deploy only the static website. How to deploy only the static website. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, that's good. Mhm. Um, how do I use TypeScript with Google Cloud Function? No, Firebase Cloud Function. Ah, Firebase functions. Execute only once to set up Firebase function. Okay, so I want to be in the project folder. Firebase init functions. Function is not a supported feature because it's functions. Oops, and it was written correctly in the README. Okay, Firebase. You're about to initialize a Firebase project in this folder, in this directory. Before we get started, keep in mind, you're initializing within an existing Firebase project directory. Yes, I am. Project setup. First, let's associate this project directory with a Firebase project. You can create multiple project aliases by running Firebase use --add using project my BudgetPilot. Yep, function setup. Let's create a new code base for your functions. A directory corresponding to the code base will be created in your project with sample code pre-configured. Okay. See Firebase docs function, organize functions for more information on organizing your function using code bases. What's code bases? It's using code bases. Don't know. No, it doesn't say within your code base. It's just using code bases like if it's the name of a tool. Anyway, function can be deployed with Firebase deploy or only functions. What do you want to use? JavaScript, TypeScript, or Python? I'll go with TypeScript, but I want to give a thought to Python. Is Python much less common to be used with Firebase functions? Yes, Python is much less common because Firebase primarily supports Node.js for serverless function. However, if you specifically need Python, you can use good function directory Mm, mm, is Python slower than TypeScript or JavaScript, especially for startup times for Firebase function? Just told me I can't, but the answer is that you can. Mhm. Okay. So slower cold start time, less common. So it's like a no-brainer to choose TypeScript then. Do you want to use ESLint to catch probable bugs and enforce style? Yes. Do you want to install dependencies with npm now? Yes. I already chose a package manager. Yeah, let's stay with npm. And it's taking some time, so let's wait. Mm. Unsupported engine required node 22, current 20. This module is not supported in leak memory. Do not use it. This version no longer supported. Oh my God. Okay, let's see. I might, I might revert all these changes, change the node version and do them again. Alors, Firebase JSON was modified. Let's see how. Add a function section. Right? That is the function section. Makes a lot of sense. Let's remove it. What else? There is a .firebase folder there. I don't think it has to be committed. I talked about that before. It should be in the git ignore. I think I didn't do the git ignore. Firebase. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yep. Do not commit .firebase, which was created just now. So let's go in the git ignore and we add .firebase. Okay. Next, Firebase debug log, environment variables, node modules. Do I have those? Not yet. Or maybe it's inside functions. Yep, it is. So let's start to the git ignore node. Module starts, they have a dot in front. No. Well, if I add the node modules, it will be in any folder, also inside function. Firebase debug, yes. Okay, put that if you want. Um, Firebase JSON, no, that can be committed. VS Code configuration. Allora, let's see what else. We can delete functions, so recursively. Okay. And git ignore is modified. We can add it. That is good. And readme is modified. That's fine too. Yeah. So now I want to use NVM to switch node version. NVM use node LTS. Or how do I update it? NVM update upgrade node. Let's ask AI. How do I update the node package list with NVM? Update NVM. Make sure that your NVM installation is up to the date. Why latest NPM or NVM? That's confusing. Integrated the latest working version of NPM. So I think NVM ls remote. Check available version of Node.js. ls remote. And then install a newer version. I will install the LTS version. Update the global package list. Why not? So let's update my readme too. Update the global package list. Okay. Added one package and change 710 packages. Okay. Now, update dependencies local project. We don't have any at the moment. Check for outdated packages. No, no, no. No, that's how do I install the latest NPS and LTS? How do I install the latest node LTS? NVM install LTS. Let's do it. 22, 2215. Now using node N2. Then check. Okay. So install latest Node.js LTS. Yes, I think it is what I have here. Yep. And then check node version, installed node version, or in use. Node version, check which node version is currently used. Okay, active, fine. No, 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 no. Node active -d. Hmm. Okay, we got node 22. Done that, we can redo Firebase in its functions, which is starting from scratch because I deleted the file. Command found Firebase. Ooh, ooh. The reason is that we switched node version. I need to install it again. Okay. Install Firebase tools. Taking a long time. Let's add this to the README in the meantime. Um, I suppose Node.js setup comes first. Before we do all of that, first install nodes. And we can make this one single thing. This goes after. Install node and Firebase tools. Okay, let's see how this is going. Tack. Okay, it's downloading stuff. Let's wait. It's probably big. Mhm. So after we install the Firebase tools, we can do init functions. Yeah, I think this suggestion is fine, but we can't deploy the function until we write them. Oh, that's taking a long time. Mhm. Mhm. This is taking forever, but it's receiving data. How much? One megabyte a second, almost. That's not fast. That is not fast. Ah, VPN is off. I don't know why it's so slow. Mm-mm-mm, mm-mm. No progress. Okay. So this is kind of stuck, but let's wait. Let's go further. Task is as Python Flask. Mm-mm. You can trigger functions through an HTTP request through the request handler. This allows to invoke an option, no, invoke a function through the following: get, post, put, delete, and options. So no patch, but get, post, put, delete are the main ones anyway. Additional HTTP options. Region, hmm, HTTP. Specify an array of regions or a single region. When multiple regions are specified, a separate function instance will be deployed to each region. What does it say deploy? And it does not say invoke. That is weird. Timeout seconds. HTTP function may specify a timeout of 1 hour. So when it says HTTP option, it's not invoke options, but it's deployment options. Course, I think may specify core policies. You can see to allow all origin of string array specified origins defaults to false, no course policy if not explicitly set. Configuring the course, how's it going? Still stuck. Using the CORS option to control which origins can access your functions. By default, the HTTP functions don't have CORS, meaning that any cross-origin request to your function results in this error. Request has been blocked by the CORS policy. No access control origin header is present on the requested resource. Mhm. You can also disable CORS by setting the CORS option to function to false another function. Uh, so when calling a Firebase cloud function is um, denied by CORS rules, and I get a message like this, who blocked the request? The browser or the server? I think the browser. Yep, exactly. Mm-mm-mm. When your front end calls a Firebase Cloud function from a different domain, the browser checks the server allows it. If the server doesn't return an allow control, access control, allow origin header, the browser will block the request, and you see the CORS error, fixing the issues. Since Firebase Cloud Functions don't allow origins by default, you need to explicitly enable a CORS. What? You need a package? Install the CORS package in the Firebase Functions. Modify your Cloud Function to allow cross-origin requests. Mhm. Allow all origins can restrict later. Deploy the updated function. This ensures your Cloud Function responds with the necessary header, preventing the browser from blocking it. When you fine-tune your CORS rules, would you like to fine-tune, given can help refine? I think, no, no, we just now we get an overview. No need to say anything. So now, what's next? What's next? You can explicitly, okay. To allow some cross-origin requests, but not all, you can pass a list of specific domains or regular expression that should be allowed. Oh, I see that they put the CORS package. No, it didn't. No, it did not. This is just an object. Trigger a function with an HTTP request. So, okay. I want to ask this. In the examples from Firebase function documentations, I see this. Um, the example below is from Firebase function documentation. Can it be written in modern TypeScript instead? And how will this function look? Modern TypeScript version. No, no, no. Import, yeah, that's fine. Export, I'm not sure about that. Yeah. Use import instead of require for DS module compatibility. Explicit export const instead of exports. Say hello, make it more readable. TypeScript safety. If Firebase updates function parameters, TypeScript will catch mismatches. Would you like to help add install the definition for request handling? Would you like to help? Not now. Why is this taking forever? Would you like to add? Yeah, it's some input, right? Just how? Let's just tell me how. Great. Then enhance the types. Okay. Express. On request. Uh, yeah, that was already imported. Request and response objects. Okay. The problem is I can't try any of that until this finish. And the fact I'm using data is just because I'm streaming. It's not because this is doing anything. npm install -g Firebase tools is running for more than 10 minutes with a fiber connection, internet. I also don't have any feedback about progress. Why is it stuck? Could it be stuck? And how to show progress while running the command. Sometimes, no, they're both. Oh, it's finished. Oh my God. Hmm. It took so long. Okay, it just finished. Okay, let's move on. So going back to my README, I can do finally Firebase init functions. I'm already in the right folder. There's no changes here. Yes, there is, but just to the git ignore. Okay. And the README, no problem. No problem. Now we can run Firebase init function. There you go. Again, Firebase, you're about to initialize a Firebase project in this folder or directory. Before you get started, keep in mind you're initializing within an existing Firebase project directory. Project setup. Mhm. Project setup. First, let's associate the project directory with the Firebase project. You can create multiple project aliases by running Firebase use -add. But for now, we'll just set up as a default project using project. Okay, a default project. Whether it's a project I use. Let's create a new code base for your functions. Okay, a directory corresponding to the code base will be created in your project with a sample code pre-configured. See organize function for more information. Okay, about organizing your functions. Mm, okay, we see this later. Let's keep on loading here. Um, where are we? Okay, functions can be deployed with Firebase deploy or Firebase deploy only function, hyphen only function. What language would you like to use? TypeScript. Do you want S-linked? Yes. So root function package JSON. Root function yes lint tsconfig dev tsconfig JSON. Function source index and the git ignore. Would you like to install dependency with npm? Yes. Oh, and npm is taking a long time again. Okay. While we are waiting for that, check. Ah, so it's done. Hmm. Okay, we got all this deprecation warnings. In flight is not supported, leaks memory. Do not use it. Configure array. I think the in-flight. Okay. Um, do not use configure array. Yes, lint. Human who codes, and then ref or rimref version previous to version 4 are no longer supported. Blob version previous to B9 are no longer supported. And human who codes do not use ESLint. This version of ESLint is no longer supported. Well, that didn't go very well, isn't it? That's a lot of warning. This was a Firebase init function, was it? Yeah. Hmm. How do I display? No, not in this way. How do I display open preview? Huh? Okay, okay. Git status. So let's start to commit something. So Firebase JSON now contains a section dedicated to functions where we ignore node modules, the .git folder, which is ignored by default by Git, but not by functions, suppose, and some other files. Okay, lint and build. So let's check the changes here. Mhm. and gonna see what git add, git ignore, and remix. Git add firebase JSON we just reviewed. And now we have this fold functions one. Git add functions ts configured one file in there. Okay. Now, should I commit package lock? I believe yes. Should I commit package.lock? I think the answer is a clear yes. Mhm. Okay. For applications, yes. Git add functions, yes, lint. Git add functions, git ignore. Git add functions, package lock, gd function. Git add package JSON. Git add tsconfig JSON. And what we got in src, just index yes. Git add src, git commit -am configure or default configuration for Google Firebase function. Configured Firebase function. Boom. Okay, let's close all of that. Code with cascades, common as what? Nothing happens. I just open that. Open command palette. Yes, 2017. And we can go until 2024. But yes, version versus node version. Node green. Oof, that's a lot. Mm, I want simple answer. Yeah, that's more like it. Mhm. Using Node 22, I don't have module. Node next. What the heck is Node next? I am using Node 22. Is this configuration tool how to upgrade? Say configuration, I have to say tsconfig JSON. Mm. Is functional. Yeah, I know it's outdated. 22 very least. But what's that node next? Upgrade target to 22. Allows modern JavaScript feature using better. Allow synthetic default imports. Hmm. I don't have that at all, right? Target was the last thing. Yeah. So all of this skip lead check, speed up compilation, force consistent case in file name. Okay. What about module node next? Replace your current TS config with the new configuration. Run TSC build. What's that? Why should I install TypeScript globally? Can't be run from project npm. Yeah, I already have. With the package JSON is inside here. Ooh, that takes a long time. How to check if npm dependencies and dev dependencies need upgrade? npm update. This takes a long time. What about module node next? Can it be updated? What the fuck is node next? Okay. So that is taking a long time. Okay. What? That's nonsense, man. Anyway, let's go check this. Okay, let's go check the function. Ooh, not much there. So the two imports, import function triggers from the respective submodule. On request is declared whenever read. Okay. Start writing functions. And then there is a function that we can uncomment. Example. Ah, there is the documentation of TypeScript. That's good. Use TypeScript for Cloud Functions. Initializing a new Cloud Function project with TypeScript. What I don't understand is, okay, I created a function. This function was does hello world, logs something, and then responds something like hello from Firebase. So if it's called on the web, it will return this as the body of the response, a text. Okay. But now, what's the name of this function? Is that index.ts? Just index? Where is it defined? Not clear. Ah, so npm run build. Don't know where that happens. Let's kill it. npm run build. Oh, that worked. Now I have a lib folder, which it looks like is excluded, which is a compiled mess. And I have a map file. What do I have here in the packages? Lint, npm run lint, shell, server, start, deploy, and log. Mhm. Well, well, well. Oh yeah, I wanted to run npm outdated first. Ah, there is. Ooh, what a big difference. Allora, where's the packages? It says npm upgrade. Can I do that? What's it doing? What is it doing? Mhm. Okay, doing some unsupported engines. Mhm. It went back to print. Oh, npm use LTS. Try again. npm outdated. Yes, lint plugin current wanted latest 8.32.0 8.32.0. Should I do it by hand? Parser 8.32.0. ESLint 9.26.0. ESLint Firebase TypeScript 5.8.3. npm update with download module. Looks like npm outdated again. Firebase admin 13.3.0. npm update. Oops, misspelled. Update. Okay. npm outdated. Okay, that's good. npm build. No, npm build. It's in functions. Yeah, I'm already in functions. npm run build. npm run build. Okay. Mm. So, what I don't understand is, okay, let's search the AI here. Open a panel. Not this. So Command L. Okay. In this project, how the index.ts Firebase function is deployed and how to call it. Hmm. Hmm. Right, your function. So let's close everything here. Let's check my function. There you go. Hello world. npm install and deploy only function, calling the function URL hello world. Where does name come from? Ah, view deployed functions. So you should have nothing there. But let's try Firebase function list. Yep. How do I delete a function? Check log. Mm. So the function name is does not depend on the file name, but on the name of the exported function, which is actually an anonymous function defining a file. Yes, that's correct. Function name, the name used to call the function is determined by the exported function name, not the file name. In your example, the function is called or named hello world because of the export const hello world, so on and so forth. Calling the function will be available on region, project ID, cloud function, hello world. We deploy no region. The URL path element, multiple functions can be defined in the same file and will be deployed as separate endpoint. Well, you can put all function in index.ts is commonly better, I say better, to split them in multiple files. Okay, how do I know in what region will my function be deployed? For this function, the default region is US Central 1, if you don't specify one. Here, how to check and set the region. On request, region, Singapore. But I'm using TypeScript, do you understand that? Yeah, I think you do. On request, request response. So it's an additional parameter there. You can specify the region in two ways. Okay, we want to deploy the region in the same region as other regions, common region. Choose the region close to the user. Be consistent with the region. Have a regional requirement. Yeah, and so I ask a question which I seems kind of obvious the response, but I ask should I choose a region which is the same as my Firestore function and my Firestore database? My Firestore database? Question mark? Yes, generally recommended to keep your cloud function in the same region. Ah, look at that. Oof, there is a lot to read. So let's go back to the README first. Firebase regions. Boom. Maybe that's lonely. But let's say if you haven't created fire, there is a lot first. Benefits of same region deployment, lower latencies. Yeah, of course, reduce data. Reduce data transfer cost, simplify architecture. Okay. Um, Firebase console method. Go to Firebase console. Okay. Firestore locations. Okay. CLI method. Let's check that. Ooh, ooh, there's a lot. I thought that would tell me in which location did I deploy my Firestore database, but instead it's telling me that's where you can deploy Firestore. Ooh, so many. Finland, Stockholm, Madrid, Belgium, Sydney. Ooh, so many. So I go back to here and I go to check Firestore database, and it should tell me what region I used, probably Asia, but let's see. Ask Gemini how to restart with Firestore. I tried to use Gemini before, it just gave error after error after error. It just didn't work. So ask Gemini. Don't want to ask to get started. I want to know in which region it is. Let's see what it says. Here, nothing. It says data. Okay, just view the data. Database location, num5. What's num5? Here I have, oh, num5, United States. What? Uh, what's that again, Gemini? Try again. Give you one more chance. Come on. What and where is Firebase region num5? Creating media. Do not generate content that infringes copyright. Okay. Let's try. Should it work now? Yes. Thinking experimental. Do you really need to think to answer this? Num5 is an older identifier primarily associated with Firebase real-time database. It represents one of the original shards or instance where real-time database data could be hosted. For newer Firebase services for more standardized identification, use well, let's see who are using it. Num5 corresponds to US Central 1. The US Central 1 region is physically located in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Let's see where it is. It's in the middle of nowhere, yeah. Two. Oh, near Omaha. Can I see the Google data center? This one? Who knows? Anyway, identify and unfile all the equivalent CP region US Central 1. Yeah, I didn't select it. You're displaying it to me. Database location and file. That's telling. I didn't select num5 region. It's displayed. Assume responsibility displayed by Firebase. Firestore web console. Go ahead, defend yourself. Okay. Here is the breakdown. Okay. Anyway, is US Central one. Okay. Can I use US Central one for my functions configuration? And will they be in the same location as Firestore? And I know the answer is yes, but I want to be totally sure that it's not a problem using num5 on one side and your center one in the other. Yeah, okay. Oh, why I had so much? Anyway, that's the thing, yeah. Yeah. Religion. Okay, so, but the thing is, this is the old school way. Mhm. Where is my function? My hello world. That's the build function. There it is. I'm using TypeScript. Um, how to specify the region? Oh my God, so much. Okay, you're using TypeScript. How you specify the region depends slightly on whether you're using Cloud Function Generation 1 or 2. For Cloud Function Generation 1, most common until recently. How do I know? Now I have another problem. I want to use Gen 2, but how do I know which version I'm using? Let's check some configuration files first. Hmm, nothing says here. How do I know? Look for your import statement. If you're importing star as function from Firebase function, is the generation one method. Okay, right. Let's see. It depends on here. V2. Mhm. Let's check more carefully. Yeah, yeah, V2. Here is the full source code. I omitted the import because I thought it was not relevant. But instead it is. Hmm. And I'm using V2. So much. Should be much slower. Okay, thank you for providing the full source code. Yes, you're using cloud function generation 2, as indicated by the import v2. To specify the region, you have central one for this generation v2 function, generation 2 function. You need to pass an option object as the first argument of on request. Import function triggers from the respective submodules. HTTPS on call. On document written on file store. Mm. See the full list of triggers there. Okay. Start writing functions TypeScript. Okay. So here I have request and response. Uh, import on request HTTP options. Import a star as logger from Firebase function slash logger. Okay, that's the same. Option one, define options explicitly for this function, recommended for clarity. I like. Yeah, we can define the region, but also the memory and the timeout. Let's put it here. Const function options, HTTP option. Now it doesn't know about HTTP option because it has to be imported from here. Okay. You can add other options like memory, timeout, seconds, etc., if needed. And it says, yeah, now we create a lot of other questions like what's the default memory, what's the default timeout. We not don't need now. Let's start to put in the objects. First, function options. Or is it plural? No, it's not plural. I just misread. Function, one function option, which is suggested already by the AI. Okay, it's there. So now it's going to US center one as I want. Option two, set the global options. Default functions should be US center in this file, but I will tend to make one function per file, so that will not be useful. Okay, what are the default values for memory? What are the default values for default and possible values for memory and timeout seconds? I like that they put the word seconds, so it's clear. Just timeout, you say what's the unit of measure. Okay, let's break down the default and possible values for memory and timeout seconds in Firebase Cloud Functions, primarily focused on Gen2, as that's what your code base uses, good memory. But noting Gen1 difference where relevant. Okay, these are configured where the HTTP options or other trigger-specific option object you pass when defining the function. Yes. Memory, what it controls, the amount of RAM allocated to your function instance. More memory can help computational intensive tasks. It also increases costs. Yeah, that's the weird thing of Google Cloud Function. As you increase the memory, it also increases the processor. There is no separate setting. So the default is 256. Can go 128. So let's go 128. For hello world, I'm sure it's enough. Uncomment that. Let's uncomment timeout as well. Then it goes 512, 1 gigabyte, up to 32 gigabytes. Wow. Possible values for a function. That's a lot. Okay, time of seconds. The maximum amount of time in seconds your function is allowed to run for a single invocation because Google could force Cloud forcefully terminates it. Gen 2 default value 60 seconds, Gen 1 same. Possible values any integer between 1 and 3600, maximum is 1 hour. Event-driven triggers any integer from 1 to 540. Maximum is 9 minutes. This is a key difference from Gen 1. Gen 1, any integer from 0 to 540. What? All trigger types. Ah, okay. So it was 9 minutes for everything. Now it's 9 minutes only for event triggers. Otherwise, it can be 1 hour. Format number. Okay. Mm. Okay. Key configuration. Cost. Higher memory allocation and longer potential runtime incur, even if not always using, but sometimes you use what you use, but sometimes memory is stuck, incurs higher cost. Only increase memory or timeout if your function requires. Example, processing large files, complex calculation, long external API call. I don't see how this should take more than 10 seconds to say hello world. Need only increase memory or timeout if your function actually requires. Generation 2 versus 1 versus 2 limits. Be mindful of the different maximum timeouts, especially the 1 hour limit for general 2 and versus 9 minutes for general 1. Okay, testing, test your function and the load. Watch for out of memory errors or timeout termination in your log. I don't even know how to check the logs, but now deploy. Let's deploy. How do I deploy my function? I already know how to deploy my function. I even written it in the README. It's here. Yes, I think we can just keep that. That's the region where we're going. Firebase deploy only functions. Let's do it. Let's do that. Then we can do Firebase function list. Ooh, didn't work. Um, okay, then go Firebase function list. Let's note this down. To list deployed functions. Yep, Firebase functions list. Okay, what happens? Mm, deploying my BudgetPilot. Deploying functions. Running command npm prefix lint run lint yes lint yes lint couldn't find an yes lint config. Okay. From ESLint 9, the default configuration file we have already ESLint. So that's a problem. ESLint config 9. If you're using an ESLint rc.js, follow the migration guide. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to do, we're not even going to look that closely to this, but I have a project. I'm gonna ask the AI. I have a project. Oh man, let's ask Sonnet instead inside Windsurf. How do I check my usage on Windsurf? Windsurf AI. Okay, click here. Okay, what does it say? 72 accepted completion, 96 accepted completion. Doesn't mean they're good. 2 days. Yeah, that's when I started. But that's not really what I want to know. I want to know usage. Premium modeling cascade. I have 100 credits. I used one because I used the free model for most part, and I have 12 days. You better start using some of them because they will expire anyway. Automatic credit refills, available on paid plan, plan management, view plans, plan management, free trial, upgrade, view plans, 500 prompt credits months. 500 deploys days? Deploys to where? Don't know. So anyway, going back to the error, it says couldn't find ESLint config. JS, MJS, or CJS. I think I want ESConfig JS. We're gonna open the AI panel. We are gonna go plus new conversation, totally different topic. And we're gonna do in ride mode and ask, change the model to Sonnet 3.7 and say, and ask, where do I write the question here? How do I upgrade, how do I upgrade my .eslint rc.js file to the newer eslint config, figure that out. Since I'm using now eslint 9.26.0, as I upgraded, say, to eslint 9.26.0, and the older configuration is no longer supported. We'll figure that out. Okay. So I'm waiting for the generation to go further a little bit before start reading, but maybe I should start reading it. Mm-mm. I just don't want it to, yeah, see things change or the AI change their mind. Okay. Mm. and it's still going. How many credits is really used? More than one. Eh? I will help you upgrade your ESLint configuration from ESLint RCJS to the new flat config format used in ESLint 9x. Let me first check your current ESLint configuration to understand what needs to be migrated. Okay, so we go check ESLint RC, which is this thing, not that big. Line 1 to 200. Notice that this file has 33 lines. Now, that's probably just a limit. Now I will check, okay. I have to check. Uh, that's probably just a limit. I will check your package JSON to see your ESLint version. Okay. Line 1 200, this goes only for 34, line 33. As well, same. What a coincidence. I will help you upgrade your ESLint configuration from the older ESLint JS format, RC.js format, to the new ESLint config.js required for ESLint 9x. Looking at your current setup, I see that you're using ESLint 9.26. I told you, man, with TypeScript support and several plugins. Let's create a new configuration file. So that is mm, mm. Okay, since it's a new file, I will first accept it because it's not destroying anything. If I have any problem, we'll see. Now we need to update your package JSON to include the new ESLint dependencies for the thread config format. Let's make those changes. Open div. So it's getting at ESLint, and TypeScript ESLint. And that one, the noise highlighted, but let's accept those changes. Now I have created the new ESLint configuration file and updated your dependencies. Let's install the new dependencies and test the configuration. cd function and npm install. Okay, by the way, here I'm in the main folder. Will this execute in this terminal below? Ooh, what? npm, what? Error, code, e-resolve, unable to resolve dependency tree where resolve functions undefined, found, yes, linked 926, could not resolve dependency, yes, linked 856 from TypeScript as linked 7. That looks old compared to the rest. Fix the upstream dependency, blah, blah, blah. I see there is a dependency conflict. Let me fix. I want to check, let's say, usage. Prompt credits, still one. Don't understand, I just use it. Maybe it takes some time to update. Okay, I see there is a dependency conflict. Let me fix the package JSON with the correct version compatibility for TypeScript, ESLint, and then update ESLint config JS to match. Okay, what's the diff here? Open diff. It's already open. But the problem is I don't understand. It looks the same. So you're removing ESLint 9 removed, just move it up with the same version, and then add TypeScript ESLint plugin is exactly the same, but it removed the carré. No idea. Accept, accept, and globals. Where that is. Okay, let's see what it says here. I need to update to add one the missing globals dependencies that's required for the new ESLint configuration. Now let's install the dependencies and test the ESLint configuration npm install. Accept command, yes. Doesn't work, or does it? Yes, it works. Now let's test the new ESLint configuration to make sure it works correctly. npx ESLint src index.ts, which is the only TypeScript file I have at the moment. Accept. Ooh, ooh, it doesn't work. I see the issue. We need to set the ESLint configuration file as an AS module. Hold on. There is a change here. I saw it before, now it's gone. What change? Let's fix this by updating the package JSON to specify that we are using ES modules, and then fix the existing, the ESLint config.js file. Okay, it says accept changes, but I don't see the change. Open diff. Is that the diff? Not clear. Maybe it's already applied. I noticed that setting type module in packages might have a broader implication for your project beyond the ESLint configuration. So it's let me offer a more targeted approach to fix the ESLint configuration without changing your project model version. That's why. Model. Let's revert the packages, huh? Okay, okay. That's why I did one line, removed one line. That's why I did not see any change. Now let's create a proper ESLint configuration file that works with common.js. Oh, so it's created common.js. That was better before. Let's test the updated ESLint configuration now. I know, I'm happy with that. I want to use modern TypeScript with import also for my functions. Why did you revert to the older system? No, say reject. Press enter again to interrupt and send a new message. Yeah. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's go back to use modern TypeScript with the S module for your functions. I will revert the common JS approach and properly set up the ESLint configuration with the ES modules. Okay, so edited 34 lines, open diff, type module. Okay, that is the new method, yeah? Accept that. Now let's update the ESLint configuration to use ES modules. Okay, import, accept, and type accept again here, don't know why. And then accept here again, here these quotes around that, okay, and accept here again. Or I can just use accept changes for all of them. Okay, good. And then finally, let's test the ESLint configuration to make sure it works correctly. Okay, in npx ESLint, which is fine, but can also run instead as lint, npm run lint. Let's start with that. Oh, it doesn't work again. I see the issue. That's a problem with the import plugin rules. The import plugin rules. Let's fix the ESLint configuration by updating the rules for the import plugin. Remove 2 lines. Open diff. It's a problem with the import plugin rules. Import plugin rules. Wait a second. So you have a problem with linting, and so you remove the rules. You don't fix the problems. That doesn't sound right. And let's test again. Wait a second. Wait a second. What's the error here? Something went wrong. Type error. Key rules, key import errors. Could not find error in plugin import. Errors in plugin import. So it's just rules that don't exist. It's not that the rules fail. And probably one is the same. So I think, okay, for now, we will double check um, the LinkedIn configuration in details later. Let's start from a working configuration. So why is this say could not find a declaration file for yes plugin import? That's why maybe the rules don't work. Oh God, that's why the rules don't work. Not because could not find a declaration file for module that implicitly has any type. Try npm-i, save dev. Yeah, that's the problem. Not what you're doing. Not what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. You're doing nonsense. Instead, check this out. Fine. I will install the TypeScript declaration import. So if you install that, perhaps can revert the bit that we removed before. And this should go away. Didn't work. E44, 404, not found. Types yes, lint is not in this registry. 404, I see that package does not exist. Let's create a declaration file instead. Oh my God, are you sure about that? No, 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 no. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. Let's ask Gemini and see if it's any better. It's doing total nonsense. I need. Allora, in some context, my TypeScript, yes, lint config JS for yes, lint 926 here. That thing 9. Yeah, that's it. I have this import. I have the following missing import. I have the following error message. The error message has an error message, which is this. Could not find blah 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 type blah 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 blah. npm -i import. However, if I execute that, I get 404. However, executing the suggested command, I get an error. I thank you for following BMSV. An error. Sorry, I'm off screen with the Gemini. And the error is that. Okay, so it's pretty long question. Okay, you're encountering a common issue in TypeScript when a JavaScript library doesn't ship with own type definition files, or there is a corresponding community maintained types package available on npm. The error message could not find. So maybe maybe that was not that wrong. Yeah, it just doesn't exist. Yeah. Um, let's keep on reading. Could not find a declaration file for module, blah, 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 blah. TypeScript telling you doesn't know the shape or types of the S-lint plugin import module while you're trying to import, and thus it default to any. That's what I read here, yeah, somewhere. But your TypeScript configuration has likely no implicit any enabled, which turns this into an error. As you found, the suggested command to install types failed because the types package doesn't exist. The solution is to create a simple declaration file yourself to tell TypeScript that this module exists. Okay, so that's what it's doing. Make a idea. That's just creating a folder, src types, and steps to fix. Create a declaration file in your project folder directory, src types, or even the root. Create a new file. Okay, so let's try to create the folder with that. Oh, and make the window a little bit smaller. Yeah? So what does it do? I will create a necessary directory structure, ren create directory src types. Now, which is here, yeah, there you go. Now I will create the declaration file, yes, lin ESLint plugin import. Let's check. Declare more, just that. Okay, accept. Generating this request taking longer. Let's also create a declaration file for the other ESLint related module to avoid similar TypeScript modules. They're pretty small files, kind of pointless. Okay, accept or accept here. And then run the command to see if the issues are resolved. Okay, great. The yes, oh, too fast. Just came across your screen. All the best with the app. Thanks, mate. Nice to see you, mate. It's great. I like. I just started streaming, and because when I work on my own, I never can do more than maybe 2 or 3 hours before getting distracted. And being on stream, yesterday for the first time, I did more than 7 hours. Yes, I took a break to eat, go to the toilet and stuff. But I think it's working. It's great motivation. It, it's so nice to interact with other people rather than being alone in my room. Well, I'm still alone in my room with my dog. But where is my dog? Ooh, ooh, ooh. They are sleeping. Okay, let's go on with that. Um, So this configuration is now working correctly with your modern TypeScript setup. Here is a summary of what we have done. Created an list config uh, type module for your package.json, added necessary dependencies to your package.json, created the type declaration type, blah, 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 tested the configuration. So yes, that's fine. That's a way to test the configuration running there, but the same exact thing can be done with npm run lint. Let's check that too. That should work. It does not. Could not read. Just because I need to be in the functions folder. Try again. Oh, ooh. So I think it does work, meaning the linting works. But then I have so many linting errors. Well, that's the next problem. Adding necessary dependencies to your package.json, created the type declaration file, successfully tested the configuration. Okay. Your project is now using the modern ESLint format with TypeScript, and your ESLint configuration has been successfully upgraded. You can now safely remove ESLint.js. Remove it? Yes. Accept, reject, remove the old config. Okay, so I think this is a good moment to, despite all the errors, oh, it's still running. Okay, it's stopped running. I think this is a good moment to commit, review and commit changes before going any further. So I changed the README, which I did myself, doing some command, uh, yeah, some information about. So let's add the README. Then we got yes, Linux RC was removed. So I add the deleted file, delete it. Then package log and package.json has been changed, and index TS is changed. Okay, and the types. Accept all of that and commit. Updated. Yes, lint config. Okay. Now, if I run this command before, oh, no, because I'm not in the right folder. I'll go again to the functions folder, run again that command. Okay, it ran successfully. However, if I run npm lint or run lint, I have all those errors. Why is that? I have to perhaps ignore stuff. Yes, lint config Google. Allora, strings must use double quote. Allora, let's close all. And now it says, when I click on this, I would like to open the file. Why does not? Ah, yeah, there is. I had for a split second the overlay. Anyway, yes, lint config JS. That's the file. Let's open it myself. And it says strings must use double quote. Well, I like single quotes more. Let's go check the configuration. Yes, so oh my God, this is so fucked up. The S-lint configuration is checking itself. Maybe it's good. How do I change that? Double quote, is that the default? Yeah. No, quotes. Arrow, double. Let's go single. Indent, two. Maybe I want four. Anyway, if I run lint, that problem should be gone. Oh, I have some strings should use single quote now in other files, I suppose. Ah, in the main function. Okay, my hello world function is using double quote. I want to convert it to single quotes. There are quite a few, so let's use search replace. File, where is it? Edit, replace, double quote with single quote. And are we trusting that's all that we need to do? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, looks good to me. How do I execute it? Find, replace. I don't understand. I press enter, or how do I do all? Replace all. Replace all. Okay, done. So now if I run again, I had 48 problems. I got 99 problems. And now it should be less. Yeah, 37. Okay. So expected indentation by 4 spaces, but I found 8. Okay, that's because I really like this is 2 spaces, yeah? And this one is this two need oh my God, everything is to be set up. This I need the TS-lint and the formatting plugin, which is prettier, should be on the same page. So the auto formatting will fix the indentation on its own. How do I install and configure prettier plugin to indent? No, it's not. Is it plugin? I want it to be as a not in VS Code, but more in the code base. Prettier in package JSON so that my TypeScript files, my source code files, let's say more in general, are indented with 4 spaces. Or can you just do it? Can you install and configure prettier? Okay, good. I will install and configure Prettier to format your source code with 4 space indentations. Let's start by adding Prettier in your project. That makes sense? That makes sense. So I did 3 lines on here. Open this. Allora, yes, lint config prettier, plugin prettier, and prettier. Okay, that makes sense. Accept, accept. What other changes are to accept here? Ah, this, the format command. Okay, for JS and TypeScript. Ooh, that's a lot. Hold on. Okay, that's all that we already reviewed, yeah? Now the script, I create a printer configuration file. Okay, semi true, single quote true. What's semi? The semicolon. Okay, single quotes. That's what I like. Tab with 4, print with 100. Mhm. Maybe even less. Yeah, let's do 90 because we use small screen here. Trailing comma, yes, 5. Okay, right. Whatever that means, does it mean S5 accept use the trailing comma? No, who knows? Probably yes. Accept. Uh, okay. Now I will update the rule sections of your ESLint configuration to integrate prettier and indent root for space. Okay, that's good. Integrate prettier and change the rule from 2 spaces. Okay, configure the pizza configuration. And I had 2 spaces, make it 4. Okay, that's good. Let's install new dependencies and test the prettier configuration. npm install. Yeah, run. And like always, like clockwork, it does not work. Ooh, wait a second. Why is it going to node 20? No, 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 no. Something went wrong. Node -d 22. npm install. Let's do it myself. And it just works. So why is using node 20? How to use node 22 as the default? npm run format. Yeah, yeah. But I would not accept it. I reject it because it's using node 20. I have to ask him about it. Okay, that looks good. So there are some changes. So why are you using node 20? I am using node latest LTS, which is 22. Let's be more specific. Node -v 2215. Clear. I see the issue. The warning message is coming from the npm installation, which is detecting that your package JSON specifies node 22, but the local environment. Okay, so it's like the terminal here is not in sync with that. Let's check your current node version. Yep, and it says 20 there. You're right. There is much. So yeah, I understood this issue, but the AI did not. Even though the message was quite clear. Yeah. Um, okay. You have multiple nodes. Okay. Use a node version. That's yeah. I'm not using npm. So or update the preferred engine package JSON. Yes. What? Node 20. I see that you're using Node Version Manager with Node 20 currently active, but your project is configured for Node 22.15. To switch NVM use, yeah. Ooh, I see the issue. The nvn command isn't available directly in the terminal session because it's typically loaded through the shell initialization files. Let's try a different approach to check if Node22 is installed in the system. Okay. I see that you have Node22 installed in your system, which matches to the specified version in your package JSON. However, the current environment is using Node 20. To use the correct version for your project, we need to activate Node 22. Since the npm command is indirectly available in the terminal session, in this terminal session, you have a few options. You can run npm through your shell source command. Yeah, just do that. Yeah. Now using Node 22. Okay. So there is further. Great. You're now using Node 22.15.0, which matches the version specified in package. This will prevent the eBud engine warning. Was the eBad engine error? Bad engine. Oh, that's what it means. Okay, okay. When running npm commands, let's verify that the node version is currently set. Node FMV, yes. No, no, it's not set. I see the node version is still showing 20 despite the npm command. This suggests that it only affects the specific sub-process. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's try a different approach. To format your code with pretty rows. Wow, how you're stuck in a loop, man. How do I change the node version globally? Let's ask Gemini. I am using NVM. So, right, what I can try is this. Now, in a terminal session, if I do node-d is 22. Now, open new terminal, node-d, oh, it's 20. So, how do I change the default? I'm using NVM. How do I change the default node version? Boom, 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 boom. Didn't go. So generate code to modify this with comes. What are you talking about? Set default alias. Okay, right. Let's do that and avoid a lot of headaches. So here, nvm alias default version 22. Do I need the V? Ah, it looks like they dropped the V. How weird. They don't keep it consistent. Okay, default. Weirdly enough, it says it was, well, there are three errors. Well, anyway, let's try if that works. Open a new terminal session, node-v. Now, the issue is if this is a running session, what's he doing? Okay, now I want to interrupt this. I want to restart Windsurf so it should get the new node version. Start Windsurf. What's going on? It crashed. Windsurf. Okay. Loading. Loading. Okay. And here, execute. Please execute. No, please don't need this. Not person. Execute command node -v to check currently active node version. And if I use node XMV here, I should see 22, but here it's a different terminal environment, it's a different shell. So it might be 22 now that I changed the default, but we still need to check it. Yeah, run it, please. Yes, 22. That will solve a lot of headaches. You're running now Node 22, which is a very recent version of Node.js, which is good news because of blah, 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 blah. Okay, now, now that we've done that, we can finally do again the linting and see what else is wrong. npm run lint. Ooh, he went to the 181 problems. I want to kill myself. What? Five less. Expected indentation of 4 spaces. And it's going, what file are you talking about? Prettier. slint config.js. There is. But we ran format. Yes, it's 2 spaces, that's right. npm run form. And it says unchanged. But this file is what slint config.js. It does not go there. What does format do? Let's check here. Ah, so prettier npx prettier. What does it do? Mm, right. Let's commit. What we have lots of changes now. Okay, let's have to commit. Update it prettier config. Okay, so format is using prettier to reformat the files, but it's not working to format. So if I do npm lint, npm run lint, I have the first error for all the other ones. Yeah, to be lint config. Oof. Okay, I saw it. Lint config. So let's ask if I run npm run format. Let's put it in quotes, maybe. Is that on the screen now, mostly? Maybe I should make myself smaller. If I run npm run format, yes, lint.config.js, let's close other, is still formatting, is still formatted with 2 spaces and not with 4. Tell me why. I will help you fix the formatting issue, blah, blah, blah. Let's first examine your printer configuration to understand what settings are defined. Now let's check packages. I see the issue. Your printer HC correctly specify a tab width of 4 is only targeting file in the source directory with the parent target dot. That means yes, list config isn't being formatted. I see the issue now. The format script in a is only. Can you also target? The format script in your package is only targeting files in the subc directory, blah, blah, blah. Let's update the format script in your package.json to include all JavaScript. That's too much. So clearly I don't want to format package.json. That's not cool at all. No, 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 no. I want to exclude package.json and package lock.json for sure. And maybe that's it, yeah. Yep, let's remove for sure. I will update the format script to exclude packages and package log.json file. Let's modify. Okay. Ignore part prettier ignore, which is a new file. Okay. Oh, yes, node modules. Makes a lot of sense. I don't have a generated folder, so I leave it there maybe in the future. Okay, that looks good. Running now, no, first let's commit. So in case something is screwed up, we can revert. Okay, we got that. And the prettier RC ignore, we'll just look. Allora, formatting also top uh, uh, files in functions folder. Okay. Ooh. So npm run format. Yes, run it now. I will run now the format command to apply blah blah blah. Okay. Ooh, that's bad. It says everything is unchanged. Great. No, not great. Didn't work. Didn't work. No. Oh yeah, something changed. Git diff. Okay, looks like it did change that. Great. The formatting has been successfully applied. Pretty has formatted the SLint config file. Yes, you're not lying. While leaving your packages on untouched, exactly as intended. Let's check the command. Perfect. Da da da. Okay. Okay, let's try npm lint again. npm run lint. Okay, 17 problems, which is less than 180. So that's the single quotes issue. Oh, no, 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 no. These are generated files. So lib folder. Okay. So if I go prettier ignore, oh, it's lib folder. Oh, that's prettier ignore, but it's not ignored by lint. Mm. Allora, let's go package JSON lint. Here you go. Okay, npm run lint is linting or checking, let's say, checking files in the lib folder, which contains generated code. How to exclude that folder? Okay, I see the issues. Even though your ESLint configuration in ESLint configuration has ignore sections that includes lib blah blah blah. The lint command might still trying to check those files. Yep. Let's update lint script to um, explicitly, I lost it. To explicitly exclude the lib directory. Yeah? Let's modify your package.json to update lib script. So what happened? Ignore pattern lib. Okay, that looks reasonable. Accept. Let's also accept, check if you have an slint ignore file. Yep. Well, I already have an slint ignore. How come it's not found? Ah, no, 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 because that was another ignore file. It was prettier ignore. This is ESLint ignore. So if you have ESLint ignore, what do you need to exclude in the command? Now let's run the lint command to verify that you're no longer checking file. Yep. Ooh. ESLint ignore is no longer supported. Switch to using ignores property in ESLint config JSON. I noticed that the ESLint is showing a warning about ESLint ignore no longer file supported in ESLint 9, which makes your project, which is project your project is using. This makes sense given the memory you shared earlier about upgrading to the flat config ESLint 9. Let's update your approach to properly exclude the lib directory by modifying ESLint config file instead, which is the recommended way in ESLint 9. I see the issue. The ignore pattern in ESLint config file has a leading slashes, which might be causing ESLint to not properly recognize the path to ignore. Didn't understand that issue. Let's fix by updating ESLint config file and also update lint script. What about deleting this ESLint ignore file? Okay, remove the trail, not trailing, how you call it, leading slashes. Fine. So it was already ignored, but it was not working. Okay. What's that? Oh, it removed from there. Okay, makes sense. That was my next question. Let's remove the ignore file as well. Yeah, boom, good idea. And I removed the lint thing also from there. Now we can check finally on lint. Okay. Oh, really? Yep. I see lint is still checking files in the lib directory, despite our changes to the ignore patterns in the lint configuration file. Ah. Let's fix this issue by updating the glob patterns that ignore in the ignore section. Again, looking at memory you shared earlier, I note that your project using S module, type module in package JSON, blah, 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 blah. Let's update the SLint configuration file with a more specific ignore pattern. Okay, so it goes to any subfolder. Let's run the lint command to see if it works. Okay. I see that the link is still checking lib directory. Really? Despite our changes. Let's try a different approach by using the slint CLI ignore path. No, 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 no. We went back to that. Absolutely reject. Stop, stop. stop, went in a loop. What are the difference now? Mm. Want to revert this change? Reject. These are just formatting, and this one is remove. Let's start to add and commit indentation. Now, npm run lint, we have a problem. Invalid option, ignore path. Do you mean ignore pattern? You're using slint. We didn't know about that. That was not saved. Let's try again. Now it's gone. Okay. So it's checking the lint folder, and where's my slint config here? Allora, let's try to ask Gemini maybe. I have yes a TypeScript project with lint 9.26.0 configured and the following lint config JS. That's right. Yep. File. However, when I run npm run lint, let's copy the file. npm run lint, which is defined, not that, but that, which is defined in package.json as boom, poof, equals as it also checks files in lib folder, let's do lib / folder, which are generated, and I want to exclude them. How to do that? You're right. You don't definitely want to exclude generated files, blah, blah, blah. In slint flat configuration file, the correct way to do this is by using the ignores property. You already got this. Yeah, the pattern is correct. Any file or directory within any directory named lib, located anywhere in the project tree relative to your slint config file. Is your slint config in the correct place? Oh, is inside the functions directory. That's our main folder when we're running the command. So yes, the root of your project. Yeah, the glob patterns are resolved relative to this file. Are the files actually inside a folder named lib? Yep. Double check the exact path. Yeah, and it's inside there. Is your package user running in the correct directory? Yep. Caching issues. Mm, I can do that, move to the top, but I don't think it will make any difference. All right. Ah, no, none of this. I want npm as package user. No, no, let's set it as link config. npm run format. Mm. npm lint. npm run lint. Also the cache thing. I don't know, man. I can try to execute that command, but I don't think it is the issue. Let's do it. Mhm. Nothing will change. Yeah. Yeah. So what? That's annoying. How can I make sure that ESLint config.js is actually used at all? Maybe that's the problem. Debug. Okay, I'm getting somewhere. When you run ESLint with the debug, it outputs a lot of information on what it's doing. Modify, add the debug flag. Okay, just the first flag. It will be overwhelming. I'm quite sure about npm run lint. Oh, I knew it. Mm, where does it start? Okay, okay, it's starting here. Okay. Using Flutter, running on files, config loader, file, deleting cache, config loader, calculating config for file, yes, linked cache. Hmm. Calculating config array from config file, yes, link config, and base path functions, which makes sense. Loading config file, yeah, so it's definitely used. Mhm. Loading dot notation and these rules. Config file is now empty. Oh, wow. That's good. Calculating config for code, loading a rule. Let's see what else is saying. Run the script, examine the output. The output will be much more verbose. Look for line. Yeah. It does load file processing. Lines indicating the file being processed. Yeah. Ignore patterns. Ah, that's what I want. Lines related to ignore has been applied. Uh, right. Let's go to check. Do I see anything about ignore? I can also try to grep with lib. What does it say here? Language. Mhm. Allora, let's try to run it again. Saying pipe grep lib. Does it say lib anywhere? Oof, a lot of times, but probably. Or is it because it's standard error and then the grep filters standard output? Because that's the only one. What? Well, this is just saying that there is the error. How to get standard error? How to get standard error on Mac? Oh, 2 and 1 pi. Okay, try again. Okay, now it's good. Calculating config for lib. Calculating legacy. Calculating config for linked. Linting code. Parsing. Yeah. What if we do get-i ignore? Calculating config for file. Git ignore, put ignore, but nothing about that. But let's tell Gemini that is actually parsing those files and see what it tells me. Thanks for the debug output. This is very helpful. Line IDs unequivocally show that ESLint is finding files in lib and passing to the potential file, blah, 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 blah. That means that the issue isn't that ESLint config is not used, but rather that the ignore pattern is somehow not effectively applied to prevent those files. Yeah, double check convocation. Yeah, yeah. Simplify ignores. Run ESLint specifically. You know what? Let's see the documentation for once. So export default. and it's an array of things. That is really weird. So yes, lint config, yes, lint config dot config dot js ignores in version 9. Let's have a look, check with this. Yeah, that looks like mine. When I run yes lint, yeah, have you tried putting ignores in a config object by itself? Yeah, so basically it says do this. That's really a terrible design. It's awful, really awful. I really don't like it. Okay, let's try now. Ah, I think it works now. So what I want to do is go here, remove the debug, and now do npm run linked only. And it just works. So that's the issue. I wish I was to tell Gemini, take this. Ah, nothing of what you said. Okay, let's not be smart. It says the issue was described here. Ignores have to be put in a separate configuration object for them to work. That's how it was designed, but let's remove the comments. Excellent. Thanks for sharing the discussion. This confirmed the suspicion. The ignore property should be ideally placed in a separate configuration object. Well, ideally, just doesn't work if it doesn't. The reason is ignores works differently from other configuration properties. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. The other thing I could change is to put them on top, which I always did. No, it's not really on top. But you know what? It works. Should I move it up? Yeah, let's try. Put it here. The formatting we'll see later. npm run lint. Yeah, npm run format. Okay, that's fixed. npm run lint. Okay, we're good. So what I'm gonna do is commit, check the diff, commit, and call it a day. Yeah, not status, yeah, commit -am, fixed, yes, lint config to config.js to ignore generated files in lib folder. Good. Okay, thanks for if someone's still in the stream. Thank you for joining. Thanks for the people who joined before. Yeah, Sunny, thank you if you're listening. And I will be back tomorrow. Bye.